Chapter 1272. Around them, hundreds of chains with cold light were flowing. They seemed to have no end, or no source, as if they came from the void. Whether it was Blackwater or Wang, who, their limbs were all chained up. Both of them were lifted up as if they were criminals waiting to be executed. Blackwater lowered her head, and her vertical golden pupils regained clarity, followed by a sense of weakness. She knew that it was because the demon in her heart was aroused, and she used the power that she shouldn't have used. But she didn't expect that the power she didn't want to use didn't change the current situation at all. Instead, it seemed to be worse. What happened? She believed that she wasn't the only one who was confused. Even that ridiculously powerful one-armed guy was also confused. Wang, who did have a feeling of swallowing something, he had felt that something was about to wake up in his body, but because of these chains, it was beaten back to its original form. Even so, his strong fighting spirit had disappeared, and now he was the blockhead that Bugao was familiar with. The demon clouds in the sky had dispersed. Blackwater looked up and saw the night sky with a moon and sparse stars. She tried to move, but the chains around her body didn't shrink the more she struggled. It even began to loosen. The chains began to flow again, and both her and Wang were slowly put down and completely released. A cold wind blew, and Blackwater suddenly shivered. She looked around and saw that many buildings outside had collapsed. Not far away, there was a collapsed pedestrian bridge, and it fell down and hit a truck that was passing by. With this as the center, there were countless cries of horror within about a few kilometers. A chain came to Blackwater and slowly climbed up, like a spirit snake in a pot controlled by a flute. "I made this," Blackwater murmured, lowering her head. The sound made by the slowly moving chains was like a voice of blame. Blackwater opened her mouth. I won't do it again, I'm sorry." After that, the chains retreated little by little as if returning to the cave. Finally, only one chain was left, and it directly returned to the sky and disappeared in the night sky. On the other side, Wang, who just stared at his palm blankly, frowning. A moment later, Blackwater looked at Wang warily. She gritted her teeth and said, "Let's leave it at that. If you fight with me again, those chains will probably appear again. They seem to exist to protect this city." Wang, who didn't say anything and just nodded silently. Although he didn't know the origin of the chains, he felt that it couldn't be faked. The fear that the chains brought to him was several times greater than when he faced Long Shuo. The last time he faced Long Shuo, he was forced to give up resisting. This time, he didn't even have the heart to resist. He couldn't even summon up the slightest desire to fight. "You can go." Wang, who looked at Blackwater and said slowly, "Go back and train hard. You are very strong." With that, he jumped down from the remaining half of the building. Blackwater opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. She just frowned. At this moment, a small black shadow suddenly rushed to her side. Pighead. Her frowning eyebrows slowly relaxed. She showed a gentle smile and hugged Pighead in her arms. She softly comforted him. "It's okay." The little piglet raised its head and looked around. It said timidly, "Sister, are we going to leave again?" Blackwater looked at the destruction of the few kilometers. Even though some people were injured, unexpectedly, there were no deaths caused by the earthquake. Perhaps it was because of the chains. "We probably are not liked by this city," she sighed faintly. She just didn't know where to go after leaving here. At this time, fire trucks and police cars were rushing through the streets of the city to rescue the victims. The building, which was the source of the earthquake, was dead silent at this time. Lu Mingho and Wei Zidao successfully joined Bubugao and rushed to find the injured people before half of the building collapsed. They also used a lot of powerful new talismans. They did not hesitate to use a lot of other props to support a defensive enchantment, which barely prevented everyone from being buried alive. It seems to have stopped. Hearing the sound, Bubugao said in fear outside, "I'll go out and take a look." Wei Zidao said at this time, and then he turned over a wooden board and climbed up by feeling the way. Lu Mingho frowned and looked at the injured people gathered here. Why are there children here? A group of researchers. Some were injured, some were lucky that they were not injured. They were huddled in a corner with a few children. They looked in horror but didn't dare to speak. Bu Gao pulled Lu Mingho aside. Senior, I found some information. Do you want to take a look? Lu Mingho reached out to take it and looked at the documents that Bu Gao picked up. At first, he just looked at them roughly. But as he looked, his speed slowed down, and his expression gradually became dignified. Finally, Lu Mingho snorted. Superpower research, live experiments? Humph! How dare the Zhong family? Senior, this matter. How do you think we should deal with it? Bu Gao asked carefully. It seemed that this time it was not to take credit, but to encounter something bad. This matter, you can't deal with it, neither can I. Lu Mingho shook his head and said irritably, last time when I reported Zhong Luoqin's contact with a superhuman, the higher-ups didn't react at all. This time it's already like this. If the higher-ups still don't do anything, I'll quit. Then what about the people here? Bring them all back to do something. Lu Mingho thought and said, we can't let these researchers and capable children enter society. We'll monitor them for now. After a while, Wei Zidao came back and said that the battle outside had stopped. He didn't find the big demon, but he met Wang Hu. But Wang Hu was in a dummy mode and didn't know anything. If it was just at the beginning, Wei Zidao planned to interrogate him properly. But after seeing Wang Hu's explosive combat power, he had to be careful. Who knew when Wang Hu would go crazy again? But it was strange that such a terrifying Wang Hu was casually beaten and scolded by Bu Gao. The two of them really didn't understand. Let's take them away first. Lu Mingho sighed. Go back and count how many fragments we have. I don't know how many people saw the demon cloud. I'm afraid it's not enough. Zidao, after sending them to the office, you go back to the branch tonight and explain the situation and ask for reinforcements. Or else I'll quit. Save my child. Save my child. Is anyone there? Someone fainted here. Do me a favor, move this pillar away. My boyfriend is being squashed. Please do me a favor. Please do me a favor. Ambulance. Ambulance. It was a mess. The sound turned into a morning song and came little by little. Only half of the Zhong family's building was left. Luoqiu looked at all this, silently, still wearing the pajamas. Behind him, the servant girl held a set of clothes in her hand, but the master didn't change. Master, Luoqiu slowly opened his eyes and said faintly, I'm thinking about how to better fulfill the contract with it in the future. Master, what do you plan to do? Yu Yi came forward. Luoqiu said, do you have any good ideas? Master has already thought about it. Yu Yi said softly, just follow Master's idea. Luoqiu muttered, if I only take action every time a disaster appears, I always feel slack, although it doesn't violate the content of the contract. However, it might be better to be on the safe side. Then let's make this place a vacuum zone. Master, are you planning to ban all activities of extraordinary power in this city? Luoqiu shook his head. Keep it to the minimum. After all, there are so many monsters living here. If they can't use any power, probably tomorrow morning, many monsters will reveal their original forms. As long as it doesn't escalate to the level tonight, it won't cause much harm to the city. Naturally, there will be people who are responsible to deal with it. It will exceed the expenditure. Miss Servant Girl reminded him softly. Luoqiu smiled. A breeze blew, and he said softly, I promised. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand towards the sky, opened his palm, and slowly pressed it down. The instant his palm was level with the horizon. With him as the center, it covered the entire city, and even the suburbs. The area that was once covered by the underground spirit vein was instantly in a state of vacuum. Okay. Boss, Luo clapped his hands. Anyway, I can't sleep. Shall we go down and help? Just do your best like an ordinary person. Okay. Miss Servant Girl smiled, and then waved the clothes in her hand. Master, Don't you want to change your clothes first? I'm sorry. This smile was a little bit strict. In the room, Rico opened the window and looked into the distance. The moment the monster cloud appeared, she naturally woke up from her sleep. She didn't know what was wrong with those two big monsters. They actually started a war in the city. Didn't they know that a Shinryu lived here? Rico didn't notice the presence of Shinryu in the end. Instead, the two powerful and horrible monster powers suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was a bit anticlimactic. Although she didn't take the initiative to contact the Transcendence of Kelowna, she should at least know what happened. If there was no other way, she should be prepared to run away at any time. Thinking of this, Rico raised her small hand and called softly, "Snow Fairy, help me to see what happened over there." A little bit of ice and snow began to condense in her palm, and then turned into a small ball. But when the Snow Fairy was about to take shape, it suddenly melted. Rico couldn't help but be startled. She secretly thought that she didn't forget the spell, and she was very satisfied tonight. Why didn't it work? She tried to summon the Snow Fairy again, but failed. Failed. What's going on? Lizzie trembled in horror. She finally realized that her demonic power was still there, but she couldn't use it. Sleep. It must be an illusion. I'll be fine after I wake up. Without saying anything, Rico directly hid in the quilt, and even covered her head with the quilt. No matter what, the feeling of security that this family gave her was still there. Otherwise, she would really be scared to run away. At this time, Juefeng ran hard to the wall. At the moment when he was about to hit the wall, he jumped up resolutely and stepped on the wall. He planned to run along the wall all the way. However, he only took a few steps before his body fell back to the ground. Not only him, Lang Yong and Lang Wu beside him were also making the same attempt. Over and over again, the three demon wolves naturally fell to the ground again and again. What happened? My power? Wolf Lord, ours is also. At this time, Emo Xiaofei frowned and came over. No need to try? I can't fly either. Moreover, this is all I can do. With that said, Emo Xiaofei waved his hand, and a stone on the ground floated up staggeringly. Emo Xiaofei then shouted, and the stone shot out. The stone made a parabola about 2 meters away and then fell to the ground. What happened? Juefeng looked at Zixing puzzledly. In his impression, Zixing was the kind of person who knew a lot. Since returning from Mount Tai, she had never smiled. She always stayed by his side coldly and often asked him the same question. When are you going to leave for the plateau? Zixing shook her head. She had actually tried several times, but naturally it was to no avail. The surrounding aura seems to be frozen. There is no problem with the monster power, but it seems to be isolated. It should be said that our bodies are isolated from the surrounding space, and the monster power can't be transmitted out at all. Lord Mo's mental power should be the same. This, and Mo Xiaofei frowned and thought for a while, is this like the so-called anti-magic space in the game? Anti-magic? Zixing was stunned, then nodded. It probably means the same thing. Just now. And Mo Xiaofei looked at the night sky thoughtfully. This direction was the direction where he suddenly felt the appearance of the two terrifying forces. He originally planned to go and take a look, but just as he approached, he found that there were many collapsed places around. As a last resort, he turned to save people. Just as he was saving people, his ability suddenly disappeared. Windchaser soon found him, along with the other members of the Windchaser youth group. But everyone encountered the same situation. They couldn't use their ability. Is it related to the two terrifying monster powers before? Zixing was still thinking with her head down. Unfortunately, Lord Long is out. Otherwise, he should know what happened. And Mo Xiaofei suddenly said at this time, maybe it's a good thing. Brother? Juefeng was stunned. And Mo Xiaofei said seriously, it's the same for everyone if we can't use our ability. In this way, there won't be a terrible disaster like just now, right? This is naturally a good thing for both the people living here and the city itself. With that said, Mo Xiaofei touched Juefeng's head and said with a smile, Okay, let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about the ability first. Maybe it's just a temporary problem. Let's save people first. Storm Chaser, the whole team has won. Yes. Save people. Seeing Mo Xiaofei leading Zhuifeng and a few other little demons to join the rescue work on this street without any worry, Zixing couldn't help but frown. Lord Wolf. It's not necessarily a good thing to be so close to humans. Young master, we? Lang Yong asked in a low voice. Zixing sighed and shook her head. You go and help Lord Wolf. There's no reason for the servant to stand and watch when the master is working. Aren't you standing and watching? After several people worked together to move a lamppost away, they sent a passerby who was crushed to the side. Mo Xiaofei reached out and wiped the sweat on his forehead at this time. Although he couldn't use his ability, his physical strength was much better than ordinary people because of the transformation of Shinryu's blood essence. Okay, the ambulance should be here soon. Let's go to other places to help. He looked at Zhuifeng and said, What's wrong? Zhuifeng lowered his head at this time, seeming to have some thoughts. He looked up and frowned. Big brother, are you really okay without your ability? What's wrong with me? Mo Xiaofei asked curiously. Zhuifeng said, But without your ability you can't do many things. You can't fly in the future. Do you really not care? Well, it would be a lie to say that I don't care. Mo Xiaofei heaved a sigh of relief and then smiled. But I can't fly. Yen PS. 127th. Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1273. Humans had their own world. Demons had their own world, and ghosts had their own world. It was supposed to be like this. But in this world, humans, demons, and ghosts coexisted. What humans didn't know was that there were mythical creatures around them, because they had well and carefully followed certain rules. The sudden power restriction had no effect on humans, but the monsters who lived and worked in the city were so scared that they sat on the ground. Most of the monsters chose to work at night. Because there were relatively fewer humans working at night, the possibility of being exposed was lower. On the other hand, it helped them to absorb the essence of the moonlight at night. More than an hour ago, the collision of the two huge demonic auras made the monsters who worked at night in the city tremble. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to leave the place. Until later, they found that they had lost any means to use their powers. The only thing they could be thankful for was that this restriction didn't break the human-like state they maintained at this time. But losing the means to use their powers still made them very frightened. In just a short time, many human-like creatures gathered in front of the pet hospital. Of course, they were at the back door of the hospital, gathering herbs. The 2 words posted on the back door made the monsters who came spontaneously feel that things were strange. Although the owner of this place, Lord Long, did go out to gather herbs from time to time, they didn't think much of it on normal days. But tonight's strange situation happened. Let's go. This strange incident seems to be only in this city. A senior, toad, monster pushed up his glasses. I just talked to a cousin in another province. They seem to be fine. Well, my wife in the countryside is fine too. Fortunately, she is pregnant with her 2nd child. I sent her to the countryside to prevent miscarriage. Otherwise, I don't know if it will affect the fetus. My soul doesn't seem to be affected either. Other than demons, there are naturally some wandering ghosts. Most of the ghosts would not survive the first 7 days of their death before they would be worn down by the strong yang qi. Only in places with strong yin qi or those with great resentment before they died would they become malicious ghosts after death. They would survive the so-called first 7 days and then continue to wander the world. However, I feel as if I'm stuck in a swamp. I can't even walk through a wall. The one who spoke was a malicious ghost hiding in a famous haunted house in the city. Although it called itself this king, it was just an old ghost who had lived for decades. Fundu Ghost City didn't even take it in. Old Zhang's toad. You are from the Longevity clan and have a lot of knowledge. Do you have any clues? I'm not sure. You youngsters, don't think that old people know everything. Of course. The monsters and ghosts began to disperse bit by bit. Although they were still worried, they had learned from various sources that everything would return to normal if they could not leave the city. Therefore, they were not really worried to death. In the worst-case scenario, they could just leave this city. They stayed here only because Shinryu was here. Compared to other cities, they had more freedom here. But at the same time, they were under Shinryu's watch, so naturally no one dared to do anything bad. Therefore, many of the monsters that lived here were canine monsters or those with weaker bodies, commonly known as Taiping dogs. Those who were ferocious in nature would not choose to stay in this place. If we can't use our abilities, doesn't it mean that no matter if we are humans, demons, or ghosts, we can only live a normal life? This idea suddenly appeared in the minds of many ghosts. Speaking of which, it was not a bad thing. First of all, they would not reveal their true forms. Even if they could not use their demonic powers, their bodies were still quite strong. Those who were originally engaged in high-intensity work would not be affected. It's so strange that we can still cultivate in this situation. What does this mean? Their demonic powers could still be slowly increased by absorbing the essence of the moonlight. Even the spiritual energy in the world was as usual. Moreover, because of the explosion of spiritual energy in Mount Tai, the intensity of spiritual energy had been increasing these days. They really couldn't figure it out. But there was one thing that some of the wise ones among the ghosts thought of. This place has become a safe zone. Old Zhang's Toad had studied economics in a human university. The house price is going to rise. Not long after, Toad from the Zhang family acted decisively. He didn't hesitate to use all of his family's assets to buy a piece of land in the suburbs of the city. Then he built a huge hotel and named it the Peace Hotel. This was a story for later. Chang Yin walked back and forth anxiously. This was the basement of Chen Er's villa. This Chen Er should have some unorthodox and evil abilities. The layout of this basement was very gloomy and scary. There were even many evil-looking idols. As for Chen Er, he was holding a wooden sword and wearing a weird yellow Taoist robe. Cheng Yin felt that it was similar to what Uncle Ing wore in Zombie Taoist Priest. If Chen Er was not only wearing a pair of large underpants, he would feel more at ease. Seeing Chen Er mumbling in the altar, Cheng Yin did not dare to disturb him. At the same time, he looked at Zhong Luochen, who was lying in the altar. Zhong Luochen's clothes had been stripped off, leaving only a pair of underpants. The blood stains of the bloody hole in his chest had been wiped clean. But because of this wound made Cheng Yin even more afraid. Who could survive such a big hole in the chest? Zhong Luochen's body was covered with strange words written by Chen Er with cinnabar. He looked extremely weird. Especially, there seemed to be a chilly wind blowing in this place. This was obviously an underground, secret room with no windows. Where did the wind come from? Heaven Spirit Spirit, Earth Spirit Spirit, the second son of the Zhong family, named Luochen, was born in the Wu Qin year. Jiazi month, Xian Yu Day High Hour. Return quickly. Chen Er spat out a mouthful of blood which splashed on the wooden sword. Then he pointed the wooden sword at Zhong Luochen's forehead. Cheng Yin could not see what was going on, but he saw Chen Er yell again. Then he flicked the wooden sword and took out a small cloth bag from the altar. The cloth bag seemed to be injected with something. In the blink of an eye, it began to swell out of thin air. Chen Er quickly put away the wooden sword in his hand, then grabbed the cloth bag and tied it up with a red rope. After that, Chen Er looked weak and sweaty. He could not stand firmly and could only slide down slowly by the altar. He gasped, "It's done. I've summoned him back." Young master is inside? Ching Yin swallowed his saliva and stared at the cloth bag in Chen Er's hand. Chen Er called it a Chinquan bag. "Don't you trust me?" Chen Er snorted. "Master Chen, I didn't mean that," Cheng Yin hurriedly said. But I can't see him, right?" Chin Air was annoyed and waved to Qin Yin. Come closer. I'll open the yin yang eye for you. Mortals can't see ghosts. Ah, yin yang eye. This. Don't worry, it's only temporary. You're not born with yin yang eye. Qin Air said indifferently, I'm not interested in opening it for you every time. Your young master has just been summoned back, and now he's muddle-headed. He needs to be nourished with yin qi every day. After a few days, he'll regain his consciousness. But anyway, he's already a little ghost. It's better to have a ghost than not. Cheng Yin shivered. Qin Air glanced at Chang Yun's absent-minded appearance and suddenly said, That's right, it's better to have a ghost than not. Although he can't come back to life, it's not impossible to let him appear in front of people in the future. Is there really a way? Chang Yun hurriedly asked, Master, don't lie to me. He can receive the incense of thousands of families and cultivate a golden body as a ghost. Qin Air rubbed his forehead and said seriously, I heard from my master that ghosts can indeed become a kind of strange ghost immortal with this method. But it's difficult to receive the incense of thousands of families. It's not just about burning incense, but also the devout worship of believers and the power of will of all living beings. And it takes a long time. And when the golden body is cultivated, it'll attract a heavenly tribulation. If he can't pass it, his soul will be scattered and he'll be doomed eternally. Even the almighty immortal can't save him. It's better to have a way than not. Chun Yin took a deep breath. Master Qin, open the yin yang eye for me, and let me see young master. Qin Air didn't say much. He took some willow leaves and burned them into talisman water. Then he stuck the willow leaves on Chun Yun's eyelids. Of course, it was useless for ordinary people to do this. It still required a little bit of Dharma power. Qin Air only learned a little from Wang Qifa, but he was very diligent in cultivating Dharma power. It was just that he didn't have the aptitude to do so. His magic power had always been in a negligible state. At most, it was at the level of opening the yin-yang eye. However, in the past month, his negligible magic power had made a breakthrough and actually allowed him to cultivate a little bit of magic power. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to summon spirits. Well, you can try to talk to your young master. Qin Air finished wiping his eyelids. I'm tired. I'll take a shower and have a rest. Wait, master, I didn't see anything. Qin Air was stunned. He frowned and walked back. He wiped Chang Yun's eyes with the willow leaves again and murmured, It's done this time. I can't see anything. Qin Air didn't believe it and continued wiping. What about this time? I can't see anything. What about this time? Can you see anything? No. F. Asterisk. Try again, come on. Look again. Do you feel anything? I feel it. Master, my eyes hurt. You're wiping them. I understand now. You're a fraud. Wait, where's my Dharma power? Qin Air lowered his head and thought for a while. Then he said slowly, I must have used up all my Dharma power. Let me recover for a few days. I really need to summon back your young master. If you don't believe me, you can hold this Chinkuin bag at night and think about your young master. He should come to you in your dreams. As he said, he threw the Chinkuin bag to Chang Yin. Chang Yin had to take it with suspicion. Only half of the building was left. On the ground, large pieces of concrete were piled up. This was the scene of an earthquake. In the dark basement of the building, the original research institute was completely destroyed. Everywhere was blocked. Even the emergency lights were no longer shining. It was a completely dark space. At this moment, a large black cocoon slowly emerged from the bottom. Before the battle between Wang Hu and Blackwater, he felt a great danger approaching. Therefore, he didn't care about the life and death of the people in the research institute and directly dived into the ground to complete the transformation of his body. The process of changing the body was unexpectedly smooth. The degree of smoothness was beyond 24's imagination. This bald young man's body was simply a perfect container specially made for the transfer of consciousness. He easily destroyed the little bit of consciousness left by the bald young man and officially entered the body. What made 24 pleasantly surprised was that the body seemed to contain even more potential compared to when he was investigating it. If it was said that in the original subworld he was at the peak of the Master Mage domain, then this body had the potential to be at the peak of the Master Warrior domain. Could it be that I have to walk the path of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts? He slowly opened his eyes, but at this moment, the large black cocoon suddenly dispersed. Mr. 24 was stunned. Then he blinked his eyes and quickly came back to his senses. The joy of changing a good body instantly disappeared without a trace, because his body was stuck in the cement and couldn't get out. 24 desperately found that although this body was very strong, it was obviously not strong enough to help him get out of the cement. What was even more desperate was that he couldn't use his strength. Finally, after trying for dozens of minutes, this immortal conjurer from the subworld said the first sentence after having a new body: help. At 1:49 a.m. Today, a local earthquake occurred in the XX section of the city. In the morning, Nanny Wren held a glass of water in one hand and a toothbrush in the other, watching the morning news without blinking. She hurriedly walked out of the bathroom after hearing the news. Damn, was there an earthquake last night? When she woke up, Nanny Wren didn't feel anything. Morning. Sister Wren. She saw Lizzie walking out of the room weakly, holding a pillow in her hand, and then there were deep, dark circles under her eyes. What's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep last night? Last night. Lizzie laughed twice. She couldn't say that she covered her head last night. The more she wanted to sleep, the more she couldn't sleep. I'm hungry. I need to replenish my energy, otherwise I will die. Only delicious food can save my scared soul. Well, where's breakfast? Oh, there's no breakfast today. Luaccio went out early. There are biscuits in the cabinet. You can eat whatever you want. Too much. You don't even have a shop that sells bread downstairs. Lizzie tried hard, and the pillow fell to the ground. I don't live here any more. Nanny Wren tore open the packaging of the wafer cake, and through it, Lizzie jumped and caught it with her mouth. Yoshi, Yoshi, good girl. Chapter 1274. 20 neatly dressed young men stood in 5 rows at this time. They raised their heads and puffed out their chests. Their eyes were focused. In front of them, Lu Mingho's mood was a little better. Finally, the branch was willing to send some people to help. Wei Zidao rushed to the branch overnight. Not only did he bring back the support, but he also brought back a large number of fragments. But what made Lu Mingho feel strange was that this morning, except for the overwhelming discussion about the earthquake disaster on the internet, there was nothing about the monster cloud. Obviously, there was no space for the agency to cover it up, but this matter was really not mentioned by anyone. Lu Mingho didn't know whether it was good or bad. He shook his head, secretly. Brother Hao, there is a very strange thing. All our equipment is malfunctioning. What happened? I don't know. It was fine at first, but when we came back, it suddenly malfunctioned. Wei Zidao frowned. He had just arrived. The electronic equipment used normally is fine, but all the Taoist equipment can't be used. In addition, the Taoist technique can't be used, but the magical power is still there. Lu Mingho was shocked. He and Bubugao were busy dealing with the guys brought back from the research room. They didn't pay attention to this at night. His magical power was still there, but he didn't use any Taoist technique. It seemed that if he didn't use it once, he wouldn't find out the strangeness. Lu Mingho tried it subconsciously. He just used a simple little Taoist. The magical power was output normally, but it didn't bring any effect. He was really shocked. Wei Zidao quickly said, "It seems that it's just this city." I called back and asked. Everything is normal in the branch. Except for the city, the surrounding area is also normal. The vacuum zone of the supernatural? Lu Mingho suddenly thought of such a word. The vacuum zone of transcendence was a topic that the agency had been researching for a long time, but it was just a hypothetical existence. It was said that the great array buried under the capital had the ability to release all its power in an instant, and then create a temporary vacuum zone of power within the capital. Of course, this was just hearsay, and no one had ever tried it before. What did the branch say? Wei Zidao said, "Soon there will be a commissioner to investigate the situation. I will bring people back to support you first." In addition, regarding the children and researchers in the research lab, the branch wanted to bring them back first. This group of people will be divided into 2 groups later and will be responsible for escorting them to the branch. That's the only way. Lu Mingho nodded. What Wei Zidao brought back was only this. There was no more explanation, especially regarding the Zhong family. Although the time was very short, there was no news at all. Is he still planning to adopt an ambiguous attitude towards these aristocratic families? Or is there something else going on in the dark that I don't have enough authority to know about? Another thing was that the person in charge of the superpower research lab, Zhong Luoqin, had gone missing. Brother Hao, what do we need to do now? Lu Mingho thought for a while. Since the vacuum zone is only limited here, we shouldn't panic too much. What we need to do now is to investigate whether no one saw the appearance of the demonic cloud last night, or if they saw it but didn't dare to say it. This is a lot of work. Even if we have support, it's not like we don't have enough people. Let's do as much as we can. Rescue work. Isn't there still the local government? Lu Mingho shook his head and said, "We only have 12 people. We can't help much even if we want to. It's better to investigate the background of this matter. Right later, you go and apply for the Zhong family's building. Don't let anyone touch it and don't clean it. The things inside can't be known to ordinary people. I'm afraid that when the rescue team cleans it, they will dig out the things inside." I got it. Wei Zidao nodded. In short, leave the building to dry first, and then wait for our people to arrive. With that, Wei Zidao pulled Lu Mingho to the side and whispered, "Brother Hao, where's Wang Hu?" Lu Mingho also whispered he's with Bu Bu Gao, looking after the people and children in the research institute. Wei Zidao said, "Wang Hu's strength is too strong. You saw it last night. But his details, I feel that it's different from the information." Lu Mingho said, "When you went back to the branch, did you mention Wang Hu?" Wei Zidao shook his head. "Didn't you tell me not to talk about Wang Hu first? So after I went back, I didn't say anything. I just said that there were 2 mysterious big demons fighting in the city." Lu Mingho lit a cigarette and blew on it, then said slowly, "The administration is very strict with the household registration of the demons, and the people who are going to work in the administration soon. Although they only belong to the logistics team, they can't be so careless. You saw Wang Hu's strength. Is such a strong demon really just a demon less than 100 years old?" "Brother Hao, what do you mean?" "I suspect that someone in our department forged Wang Hu's information, or modified Wang Hu's information. He may have already been on the list of big demons. But why would they do that?" "I'm not sure." Lu Mingho could only shake his head helplessly. "However, if it really becomes a transcendent vacuum zone, there's no need to worry about Wang Hu suddenly losing control. I think we have to keep him in this vacuum zone even more. Capital City, Administration Headquarters, Special Operations Division, Chief's Office. In front of a simple desk, Yan Xiaoxi looked down at several documents. These documents were sent back urgently. He was not the only one who had a copy. A few people in the administration headquarters who held higher positions than him had probably received a copy as well. Human experiments, the Zhong family, humph. Yan Xiaoxi frowned and muttered, "First, the Zhao family was restless, then the Zhong family. These 4 families are really getting more and more active. But compared to these things, that was the content of another document. Obviously, Yan Xiaoxi was more concerned about the content of this document. It's actually a transcendent vacuum zone. Does it really exist?" Yan Xiaoxi was deep in thought. Is it man-made or formed naturally? Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door, and a staff member walked in respectfully. "Chief, the deputy director would like to invite you over for an urgent meeting." "Got it." Yen Xiaoxi nodded and closed the document on the table. Then he clipped it to his waist, turned off the lights, and went out. They put on uniforms with the names of certain trade unions and shuttled through the streets of the earthquake-stricken areas to help with the transportation of supplies. Some of them were also giving food, clothes, and drinking water to the victims. Most of them were volunteers from various organizations. Of course, some of them were the main forces of the government. In a black MPV in a corner of the disaster area, Zhang Qingrui was discussing something with the elders in her family. This time, old Madame Zhang was also the one who led the rescue efforts. As one of the leaders of the trade unions in the south, the wealthy were very kind and generous under old Madame Zhang's leadership. Their wives also took the lead and gave up on the poker game. Zhang Qingrui looked through the car window and stared at the madams who were busy working outside. She was neither happy nor displeased. "Zhong Luochen has gone missing?" "Yes, we couldn't contact him after the accident. Zhong Luochen's property building is in the center of the disaster area, and half of it has already cracked. This morning, I contacted the entertainment company, but could only find a few managers. They didn't know where Zhong Luochen was, and so did Manager Cheng. Was he still in the building when the accident happened?" Zhang Qingrui said in surprise. If so, Zhang Qingrui didn't continue to talk about what happened after that. Most of the time, the aristocratic families didn't talk about other aristocratic families. Most of the time, they were able to figure out the general trend of an aristocratic family. The Zhang family had some connections in this aspect. Firstly, old Madame Zhang and old Master Zhang were old friends. Last year, the two families even almost got married, but this thing was not done. Even so, the two families had cooperated before and invested in an entertainment company together. But Zhang Qingrui didn't care much about the business of this company. Basically, she let Shi Shiji handle it for her. Zhong Luochen might be in danger, otherwise he wouldn't have disappeared and couldn't be contacted. But Zhang Qingrui didn't worry too much. After all, she didn't have a good impression of Zhong Luochen. Of course, she didn't hate him either. Generally speaking, they were acquaintances. Zhang Qingrui shook her head and said, "The entertainment company should operate as usual. The Zhong family should get the news about Zhong Luochen soon. Let's see what old Master Zhong is going to say. Grandma is much better these days, and she's more energetic. Uncle Shi, please don't mention it. I'm afraid that she'll be tired if she worries too much." "I know." Shi Shiji smiled. "Miss, you're becoming more and more sensible. Whoever marries you in the future will be really lucky." He cared more about Zhang Qingrui finding someone she liked, rather than being the sacrifice of the family's marriage. Besides, Zhang Qingrui didn't need to rely on marriage with the wealth of the Zhang family. It was just that old Madame Zhang was a little obsessed last year. Fortunately, she had gotten over it. Zhang Qingrui felt it was still too early for her to talk about marriage, so she smiled and skipped it. "Well, I'll go downstairs to help. Look, Song Ying has shown up." As the representative of the Song family, Song Ying naturally had to show up for the Chamber of Commerce's operation this time. Basically, Song Ying represented the Song family in donating $30 million and supplies for the disaster relief this time. It was said that she was also planning to participate in the reconstruction activities. However, there should be a government bidding activity at that time. The company needed a good reputation. Song Ying could do some activities at that time. Thinking of this, Zhang Qingrui put on the printed clothes and came to Song Ying's side. Sportswear and sneakers were different from those rich ladies who still wore skirts and high heels. Song Ying found Zhang Qingrui's appearance was much more pleasing to the eye. "When did you dye your hair this color?" she asked in surprise. "Don't I look good?" Song Ying shrugged. "My hair has always been this color. I just dyed it black before." Zhang Qingrui asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly change it?" Song Ing said casually. I said I wanted to be a good girl, but then I found I couldn't do it, so I changed it back. Do you believe me? Zhang Qingrui smiled but didn't comment. She looked around and asked casually, how many materials did you send? Huh. What did you see? Seeing Zhang Qingrui's surprised look, Song Ying also looked over. Huh. In fact, there were all kinds of people in the crowd, including the victims, the volunteers, the police, and so on. They were all doing their own things. In the crowd, Song Ying and Zhang Qingrui both fixed their eyes on a young man in casual clothes who was also wearing the uniform of a street volunteer team. Luoqiu. Luoqiu was holding a broom, cleaning up the garbage on the street. In the end, Song Ying was the more proactive person. She subconsciously took a step forward and then stopped. At this time, a blonde girl came to Luoqiu, unscrewing a bottle of water for him, and then carefully wiping Luoqiu's cheeks and other places with a handkerchief. Miss Ing couldn't move at all, and her face was cloudy. I saw his girlfriend again. Behind her, Zhang Qingrui's voice was faintly discernible. Song Ying turned around and frowned. Do you know her? Zhang Qingrui shook her head. No, I just saw her once or twice. But she's really beautiful, and probably all men like her. Song Ying glanced over the crowd and muttered, Stupid head, you lied to me. You said she was as beautiful as a black tulip, but this is clearly golden. What? Zhang Qingrui looked at her in surprise. Miss Ing snorted and grabbed Miss Zhang's arm, pulling her. Come on, let's go to the spa. Huh. Is this for disaster relief? Whatever. I've taken out 30 million yuan from my private savings. Why should I be the general manager? Zhang Qingrui smiled bitterly and simply let her drag her away. Although the rich had a lot of assets, there were not many people who could take out 30 million yuan without frowning. Most of them only had 100,000 yuan, 50,000 yuan, or hundreds of thousands of yuan, but they had already donated a good name back. The volunteer activities lasted for 2 days. When Luoqiu was doing volunteer work, he met many people he had met before, those who were still living happily. During the disaster relief, he saw many colors. It could be described as a large-scale state of kindness. He kind of liked it. Humans always learn to help each other when they are in trouble. On the evening of the second day, Luoqiu and Miss Maid came to the city's park. In the innermost part of the park, they planted a small seedling that had already sprouted. The seed was left by the customer with the spiritual vein, and it didn't germinate until now. After putting down the soil to give the seedling a stable place to grow, Luoqiu sat down. He sat on the left side, and Yu Yi on the right side. Luoqiu smiled. You gave birth to the prosperity of this land, so now, let this land give you a stable home. They didn't leave until the afterglow of the sunset disappeared in the horizon and the moon rose. It was still wet at night, and the seedling was glistening with dew. Yen 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 P.S. Sad face, 2/27. Chapter 1275. Xianyuan's Secret Land, the Royal Palace. In the princess's bedroom. On the soft couch, Su Zijuan only wore a cool black nightgown with straps. Her 2 straight legs were crossed. She was holding a luminous glass cup with spirit beast blood in one hand and resting her chin on the other. In front of her, Jessica, who was wearing a purple gold phoenix dress, was sitting upright. She had been sitting upright for 2 hours. All of a sudden, Jessica's shoulder lowered a little. At the same time, a rattan fell on her waist. Normally, she wouldn't feel any pain with her current body. But the fact was, it was very painful and burning. The one who held the rattan was Lord Chichi Kamaya of Xianyuan Palace. He said sternly, Listen, once there's a dispute in the imperial court, it will last for at least a few hours. As a princess, you can't ruin the royal etiquette. Of course, Jessica couldn't say anything. She couldn't disobey Su Zijuan's order. But the ancient etiquette she had been learning these days almost drove her crazy. She even had to learn oracle bone inscriptions. Su Zijuan's bite gave her the ability to live forever and didn't even need to rest. Obviously, this ability was used to its fullest. Jessica was only free for about half an hour of 24 hours a day. When she talked with Yi Yan about his motherland, Yi Yan said that his motherland was a country that liked to take exams and study. It was a tradition of thousands of years. It was simply the dregs of the tradition. That's enough. Su Zijuan suddenly sat up straight. What are you waiting for? When will you be done? Should I go out of the palace or not? Chichikamaya said lightly, Your Highness, Miss Jessica's sitting class will end in 2 hours. Then there's walking class and studying at night. Before he finished his words, Su Zijuan threw out the precious, luminous glass cup, right at Master Turtle's face. The old turtle calmly reached out and took it. Princess, this old servant thinks it's better to be more appropriate. If outsiders find out that Miss Jessica is pretending to be you, the Xianyuan Palace will definitely be in a mess. How long will it take? Su Zijuan frowned. I think it'll take about 8 to 10 years. With Miss Jessica's IQ, it should be enough, Chichikamaya said seriously. Jessica rolled her eyes. Su Zijuan rolled her eyes. Chichikamaya said seriously, Let's continue the class. Su Zijuan suddenly waved her hand. Chichikamaya, come here. I have something to tell you. Remember to keep it a secret. Seeing that Su Zijuan set up a bounded domain with her monster power, Gui Chenny was startled and then walked forward. Princess, what's the matter? You turn around first. Su Zijuan gestured with her hand. Chichikamaya had to obey her with confusion. But he had a bad feeling in an instant, and it came true in an instant. He felt that his head was hit by something, and then there was nothing. Jessica opened her eyes wide, looking at Su Zijuan, who was standing on the soft couch with the Xianyuan deity killing sword in her hand. She was speechless. Su Zijuan raised the deity killing sword in her hand and said seriously, My deity killing sword can kill fatuous emperors and slanderers. You're just knocking me out. You're giving me face. It's the emperor's sword that can kill fatuous emperors and slanderers. I'm not well educated, but I just passed the exam last night. Don't lie to me. Jessica rolled her eyes again. Su Zijuan took out a suitcase from under the soft couch and said without hesitation, You keep it, I'll go out. The Mirage Dragon Pearl is in Chichikamaya's hands. He knows what to do. Master, please take me with you. Jessica plucked up her courage and said. Su Zijuan said indifferently, You still have to stay here and replace me for a while. Remember, you have to drink at least 5 cups of spirit beast blood every day. And don't use your supernatural thunder power when your body can't bear it. Remember this if you don't want to die. Master, I'm going to take revenge. Jessica shook her head. Su Zijuan said, I'll take revenge for you, your husband. Bah, I'm leaving. Stay here obediently. It's okay if you want to come out. When you pass the Golden Sword General's test, I'll consider coming back to pick you up. Jessica still wanted to chase after Su Zijuan. However, Su Zijuan turned her hand and slapped her with a strand of demon power. She was pressed onto the cushion and couldn't move at all. She could only watch Su Zijuan leave. Jessica heaved a sigh slowly. Chichikamaya rubbed his head and sat up slowly. Alas, this girl doesn't know how to take care of the elderly. Master Tortoise, aren't you? Jessica was stunned. Chichikamaya stood up slowly and said expressionlessly, Continue with the class. You have to sit here for another 2 hours. And you have to take out 4 hours every day to receive swordsmanship instruction. Try to pass the Iron Sword General's test within 2 months. I don't have 4 hours. Time is like breasts. You'll get them if you squeeze them. Do you know what the time in the Xianyuan Palace is like? Don't talk nonsense. Sit down. The rattan fell. Pa. In the second Technical Research Institute of the administration's headquarters in the capital city. Outside the observation room through the specially strengthened glass, a group of researchers were carefully observing the things inside. At this moment, a forklift carried a huge iron cage into the room. There was a strong bull in the cage. Director Pooh, everything's ready. The director of the Second Research Institute, Pooh Yuli, who was about 40 years old and had a kind face, stepped forward and said with a smile, "Then let's start." In the center of the observation room, a table slowly extended from the ground. There was also a sealed metal box on the table. Suddenly, the box slowly opened. Inside was an ugly and strange ball of flesh. Although the ball of flesh was alive, it seemed to be very slow. At the same time, the liquid nitrogen that was originally filled with the metal box also dispersed little by little. When the temperature rose to a certain degree, the small mass of flesh moved. It jumped down from the table and crawled towards the bull in the iron cage like a worm. The people outside carefully observed this scene. Finally, the mass of flesh crawled to the front of the bull. In the blink of an eye, the ball of meat stretched out like a huge net. While the bull was panicking, it directly wrapped around the bull and turned it into a huge ball of meat. At this time, it was like a huge stomach, constantly wriggling and then shrinking little by little. The strong bull was digested little by little until the mass of flesh shrank to a size that was only slightly bigger than before. After that, the mass of flesh seemed to be unsatisfied. It suddenly jumped up and directly hit the glass wall. It stuck to the glass wall, right in front of everyone's eyes. Quickly inject nitrogen. A large amount of cold air was injected into the room. After a while, the mass of flesh lost its stickiness like frozen chewing gum and fell from the glass wall. Unbelievable. This time it actually swallowed a bull and completely digested it. Its cell composition is simply, we have done experiments on various small animals before. It can not only digest animals, but also extract animal characteristics. This is simply a versatile cell. Director Pooh, if we can understand its core principle, we can definitely come up with a result that can completely suppress Dr. Zhao's research results. Director Pooh? However, the kind director Pooh kept looking at the stiff mass of flesh on the ground, as if he didn't hear the words of his subordinates. He just muttered to himself, "What a beautiful creature. I don't know if it can digest the monster race. There are a lot of monster race materials in the material room. Do you want to give it a try? How many more surprises can you give me?" Fanaticism. 9 o'clock in the evening. Attention to passengers going to London. Please bring your luggage. The broadcast sounded in the airport hall. In front of the security gate, Nanny Wren was holding a tissue and wiping her nose. "Don't eat outside. It's not good to mix with shady people. I heard that foreign students are very bad. If there are black boys looking for you, you must not go out with them at night. Also, if someone offers you cigarettes, remember to refuse. It may be marijuana." And chattering. Only Ren Xiling and Lizzie sent them off. Lizzie was dragged by Nanny Wren. Luocio looked at the woman, who usually didn't cry when she was in pain. Now her tear ducts suddenly developed, so he let her chatter here. He looked at Lizzie and said, "Miss Lizzie, you drive later." "Oh, okay." Lizzie, who was looking at the restaurant sign in the airport hall, responded casually, "Well, I have to go through the security check." Rin Xiling wiped her tears again, then clamped Luocio's arm and pulled him away from Yi. Then she opened her windbreaker, like an auntie who sold pirated AV discs on the street more than a decade ago, and took out something like a protective talisman. "What's this?" "I asked for it," Nanny Rin said mysteriously. "It was hard to ask for it from Avalokitesvara. Take it carefully." "I won't tell you even if I leave." Luocio shook his head. Ren Xiling glared and patted on Luocio's forehead, saying angrily, "Just take it. Don't talk so much nonsense. Remember, you have the obligation to carry on the Luo family's ancestral line." She was probably the only one in the world who could talk to Boss Luo like this. Miss Maid looked at them, covering her mouth and smiling slightly. "I really have to go." Luocio avoided answering. Ren Xiling had no choice but to put the talisman into Luocio's pocket and zipped up the bag. "Remember to call home often." "I will come back during the summer vacation." Ren Xiling gave up on Luocio, then pulled Miss Maid aside and began to whisper something in her ear. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps. In fact, a familiar voice could be heard from far away. It was long purple hair. Fortunately, I made it in time. How do you know my time? Luocio looked at Song incuriously. He remembered that he didn't tell her the specific time of departure. Song Ing was probably in a hurry, so he could see that she was holding her breath. Her assistant Zi Yin was behind her. Young Master Chiao, have you forgotten who owns the airline company you took? Zi Yin was secretly happy at this time. Miss and Miss Zhang can ask when you will leave. I want to leave simply. Luocio replied. They can come, but I can't. Song Ing snorted and glanced at the blonde woman behind Luocio. So what if you have a girlfriend? I'm your elder sister. That's not it. Luocio shook his head. I really don't want to bother you, but thank you for coming to see me off. I will remember it. Who asked you to remember this? Miss Ing gritted her teeth at this time. Then she opened her arms and hugged him. At the same time, she put her face on Luocio's left cheek, and her lips touched his cheek. Luocio was a little surprised. Song Ing said casually, Don't think too much. It's just a simple kiss. But Nanny Ren and the others who had noticed Miss Ying's arrival, especially Nanny Ren at this time, covered her mouth with her small hand, instinctively showing a happy expression. I didn't think too much. Luocio smiled slightly, imitating Song Ying's appearance. He hugged her gently and touched her cheek. Take good care of yourself. Song Ying was stunned. She was so stunned that she couldn't react. She could only subconsciously cover her face. Seeing this, Nanny Ren came up wittily, muttering that she also wanted to kiss Luocio. She simply kissed him and then let him go with satisfaction. Later, Boss Luo looked at Lizzie casually. Lizzie quickly waved her hand and took a step back. I'll pass. Just remember to send me some delicious food. You can do this. Zi Yin was suddenly amazed by this Master Chiao. She admired him so much. How did he do it? Miss Ing obviously came here to watch the show. Under Song Ying's silly and Nanny Ren's reluctant gaze, Luocio and you walked into the security channel. Since we're leaving, don't be in a daze. Do you want to have a drink? Song Ing suddenly felt someone put a hand on her shoulder. She looked back and found that it was Ren Xiling. Nanny Ren squinted and smiled. You drink, Ing, can't be mine. This woman is so cheap. I'm so angry. Let's drink. Who's afraid of who? In the night sky, a figure moved quickly in the clouds with a suitcase in her hand. It was Miss Su Zijuan who successfully left the palace without any accidents. It's strange. We're almost there. But I don't feel the aura of the old woman. Is she not here? Miss Su Zijuan muttered, but her speed didn't change at all. Suddenly, Miss Su Zijuan blinked and only felt that her body fell all the way down. Down, down. Blink. A blink. Finally. Bang. Miss Su Zijuan kissed the earth intimately. Yen 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 P.S. Volume 11, End. Chapter 1276. On the sea, a super luxurious ship was slowly sailing in the Pacific Ocean. This was a cruise ship that would soon sail to the island nation called Japan. On the uppermost floor of the cruise ship, the melodious sound of a piano drifted along with the sea breeze. Sometimes seagulls flew by in groups. Young girls and beautiful ladies were attracted by the attractive middle-aged man playing the piano, and their hearts were captivated. The sound of the piano was so wonderful, as if it could touch the softest part of everyone's heart, gently teasing them. Only a woman in a black dress, who even under the umbrella of the tea table, still insisted on holding the black umbrella, which was particularly strange. Even so, the table next to this woman in a black dress was full of people, and almost all of them were men. She and the middle-aged gentleman playing the piano, one on the left and one on the right, caused this strange phenomenon at the same time, which was quite interesting. The sound of the piano stopped at some point. The young girls and beautiful ladies woke up from a dream, but they couldn't see the middle-aged gentleman full of beauty. They couldn't help but show a melancholy expression. As for the beautiful woman holding the black umbrella, she seemed to have disappeared at some point. Ah, the sea is so wonderful. So many beautiful ladies are sad for me. I am really a sinner. On the lower deck, at the stern part of the ship, the middle-aged gentleman looked at the endless sea and made such a sigh. Oh, I think the reason why those women are surrounding you is purely because you are wearing 10 diamond rings that can kill people, my dear Wolfgang. Miss Charlotte, you are always so humorous. The middle-aged gentleman, Wolfgang with a lot of gold, smiled, revealing his neat white teeth. Charlotte frowned. You don't seem to be worried that we can't find Lucifer? Do you know how long we have been looking for him? Almost 3 months. Wolfgang calculated the time. It's really a wonderful journey. Charlotte sneered. You also know that it's 3 months. Do you know that in these 3 months you've already climbed into the bed of 10 women and almost seduced an underage girl to give herself to you? Why is it that compared to us, you're more like a demon? This is prejudice. Shaking his head, Wolfgang disagreed. Creativity requires inspiration, and love is the greatest source of inspiration. You should believe that we like each other from the bottom of our hearts. But 7 of them loved their husbands or boyfriends very much before you appeared. Charlotte maintained her cold smile. If Lucifer were here, I would definitely advise her to give you the position of hell. The pillar of lust should be very suitable for you. I think, he said seriously, even the banshees of hell have the right to pursue true love. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew she couldn't beat him, she would have torn him apart and thrown him into the water to feed the fish. Charlotte revealed a sad expression and sighed softly. Madam Charlotte, according to your guidance, we started from South America and went all the way to the east. It seems that there is no result. Wolfgang restrained himself. I think it would be better for you to do another divination. Wolfgang had heard about Charlotte's divination. Charlotte, who was known as the guiding light, had a very accurate success rate in divination in a certain aspect. It's the east. Charlotte was expressionless. How could it not be divined? Every day it would hide and secretly divine, but every time it would point to the west. Charlotte, who was more or less aware of her own divination abilities, couldn't tell if it was the east or west. However, even if it was the east, she could still reach the west if she kept going down the road, right? Anyway, as a devil, she didn't lack time. It was just that she felt a little lonely without Lucifer by her side. Wolfgang was obviously not a good companion. Shoo! He suddenly made a shushing gesture and then listened carefully. Charlotte frowned. Wolfgang stopped listening and said with an interesting expression, Beautiful Madam Charlotte, I seem to hear 2 very powerful forces colliding on the sea. 2 forces? Charlotte was surprised. Wolfgang said, It's almost the limit of the subworld. Charlotte looked at the direction that Wolfgang pointed and thought. On the sea, the sword Chi broke the sea and drew a huge crack that was hundreds of meters long. After all, they were on the sea. No matter how hard they tried, they could only make the sea water a little murkier. 2 figures were tossing and turning between the waves. Sometimes the sword Chi was rampant, and sometimes huge waves were surging. Vixen, how many times have I told you that I don't know where your master is? You've chased me all the way from Kelowna to the sea, isn't that enough? You're a flirtatious vixen with a teacher fetish. The woman in white, who was holding the green lotus sword song, didn't pay any attention to her. She kept thrusting her long sword, and each time, the extremely sharp green sword Chi shot out. Gong Fanqing gradually became angry. She didn't want to fight with Qin Chiu to the death. It was really not worthwhile for both of them to be injured. But she couldn't stand this vixen's continuous improvement. How long had it been since she easily suppressed her opponent to a tie? It's true that you're a teacher fetish. You've really reincarnated and cultivated again and again. I've never seen anyone like you who has self-detonated the realms of so many lifetimes in order to improve the strength of this life before you've achieved the unity of Tao. Do you know that you can't reincarnate anymore? If you die in this life, you'll reach the end. Is it worth it for Tai Bai? It's useless to say more. Gong Fanqing was so depressed that she wanted to spit out blood. Although Qin Chu had self-detonated the cultivation of so many lifetimes to improve the strength of this life, she was only at the same level as her, so she wasn't afraid. But if the Green Lotus Sword song was included, speaking of which, after leaving Kelowna, she was already unable to defeat Qin Chu. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Gong Fanqing was furious at this moment. You clearly know that it's useless to chase me, but you're still so obsessed. Are you really afraid that Tai Bai has died and you want to use me to overcome your inner demon? Today, I'll do closed-door training for 100 years to heal my wounds, and I'll teach you that I'm still your grandaunt. Humph! Gong Fanqing made a mudra with both hands, using her lifetime's unique skills such as the Sea Emperor Mudra, Bujo Mountain Mudra, Akalanatha Mudra, Burning Sky Mudra, and Reincarnation Mudra. Instantly, the 5 mudras combined into one, and the sea area surged with huge waves at the same time. Qin Chu was fearless. She held her sword high in the air, looking like she could break the blue sky with her sword. The two terrifying forces collided, and the sea level within several kilometers sunk by half a foot in an instant. Then, huge waves surged out from all directions. Oh, my God! It's so nice to not have to worry about the world's will. Looking at the huge waves surging towards them from afar, Wolfgang and Charlotte, who had chased them all the way from the cruise ship, sighed with emotion. I didn't expect there to be such a strong person in the mortal realm. Charlotte, who was holding an umbrella, frowned. She felt that this trip to the east was really inauspicious. Should they turn back? Look, what's that? After the waves passed, a figure could be seen floating on the surface of the foamy seawater, slowly drifting over. Wolfgang's sharp eyes saw that it was a woman. Without saying anything, he drifted down and scooped her up. Oh, what a beautiful Oriental lady! Wolfgang immediately exclaimed. Charlotte rolled her eyes, but looked around. I found one here, then the other one is you? I didn't find you. What are you going to do? Seeing that Wolfgang didn't intend to let go, Charlotte couldn't help but ask. As a gentleman, of course, I have to lend a helping hand to a beautiful lady in trouble. Wolfgang smiled. This must be the beginning of a beautiful, exotic love. Ah, my inspiration is starting to burst out again. Don't forget why we came out. Don't complicate matters. Ms. Charlotte, don't you think this powerful Oriental lady may know the news of His Highness Lucifer? Although she knew this was basically Wolfgang's excuse, Charlotte couldn't be sure. She could only keep silent and let this guy carry the woman back to the cruise ship. Under the sea, the body wrapped in white clothes slowly sank. She had lost consciousness, but even so, she didn't loosen her grip on the long sword. She didn't know where she was going to sink. Suddenly, a black shadow swam towards her. The black shadow circled around her for a short while before dragging her deeper into the sea. It took more than 8 hours from the Eastern 8 district to the 0 time zone before the plane slowly landed at the airport of the capital of Great Britain. The journey was quite comfortable. The reason for the comfort was that the club master and servant, who originally only ordered a relatively good business class, were informed after boarding that it had been upgraded to a first-class VIP cabin. This probably wasn't Song Ying's idea. If it was Miss Zhang who was kind to people without leaving a trace, it was probably Miss Zhang. Master, are you going to tour along the way? This was the first time Luochio came to this country. The weather in Fog City wasn't as gray as people said. Instead, it was very sunny, but it might be because they were lucky that they didn't encounter gray weather. Okay. Luochio smiled. After leaving Hua country, he naturally had more freedom. He felt that he could wander around freely. As for the enrollment, Luochio really didn't care. The so-called study abroad was just a reason to leave. Of course, the admission of that university was true, but the one who was admitted was Yu Yi, who just impersonated Boss Luo. As the university with the highest threshold in Great Britain, Luochio didn't think that he could pass the exam with his level. At that time, I think we need to find a hotel where we can stay temporarily, Luocio suggested. Have you lived here before? The previous owner opened a shop here about 3 months ago, right? The servant girl recalled, but it was 200 years ago. I remember the sky here wasn't so clear at that time. At this time, dozens of nameplates suddenly appeared at the entrance of the inquiry station. The nameplates were held up high, and the words Luocio were written in big Chinese characters. It wasn't a matter of whether they could pay attention to it. They could definitely see it. Basically, it wasn't something important. Boss Luo, who didn't use the omniscient skill, was quite curious at this time. He walked side by side with the servant girl to one of the nameplates. He had yellow skin and black eyes, so he should be at least Asian. You must be Master Chiu. The Asian introduced himself first. Hello, I'm Peter Chin, the manager of the business department of the Song Dynasty Group's London branch. Song Dynasty. Luocio was stunned. At this time, he didn't need to use the omniscient skill to guess what had happened. Yes, Peter Chan took out a gold-stamped business card. Master Chiu, it's like this. After you left, Miss Ing has told us to treat you well. We have prepared the best room for you in the hotel. Please come with me. I don't need to look for a place to stay. Luocio looked at Yu Yi and smiled slightly. The servant girl said softly, Miss Ing is very considerate to you. Not only did she send you off, but she also arranged a place for you here. Boss Luo made a gesture of invitation. Ladies first. I'll carry the luggage. Peter Chan hurriedly walked up at this time. The car is ready, it's just outside. Luocio looked at those people who were still holding nameplates. These people? Peter Chan said, they are all from the company. Basically, some people from each department were transferred here. We were afraid that you didn't notice them, so we called more people. Those who didn't know would think that some big shot was coming. The surrounding tourists and the people who came to receive them looked at them curiously. Boss Luo's presence suddenly became so low that only the Song Dynasty employees could notice him. He looked at Peter Chan and said politely, Mr. Chin, please lead the way. Also, please thank these employees for me. It's our pleasure, Peter Chan hurriedly said. Song Dynasty Group mainly operated star-rated hotels. The car that came to pick them up this time was naturally the local hotel's best delivery car. Mr. Chen, are you Chinese? In the separated back seat, Luocio and Peter Chan started chatting. My father is Chinese, my mother is Indian. The time for chatting passed quietly. Before they knew it, they had arrived at Song Dynasty Hotel in Kensington, where the fog was growing inch by inch. Peter Chan personally sent Luocio and Peter Chan to the door of the presidential suite on the upper floor of the hotel. He was as respectful as a gatekeeper. This was the manager of the hotel's operations department. Master Chiu, this is the hotel's room with the best view. At night, you can have a panoramic view of the fog city. Luocio was quite satisfied. Miss Maid smiled and said, Mr. Chin, sorry to trouble you. I'll take care of the rest. Peter Chan hurriedly said politely. Then he suddenly said, Miss, we've also arranged your room. My room? Miss Maid was a little confused. Peter Chan glanced at Luocio and forced a smile. Yes, miss, your room is on the 4th floor. But don't worry, it's also a very good room. We'll give you the best service. This is the 17th floor. Miss Maid narrowed her eyes. It's really arranged. Yen PS. 3/27. Chapter 1277. What? She didn't check in. It was a satellite video communication. On the screen, Peter Chan was sweating profusely and didn't dare to look straight at her. He was in his 30s, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid of a girl in her early 20s. However, the person in front of him was a witch who dared to directly fire the president of a branch company in Fog City. He really couldn't help but be careful. To be exact, the lady you mentioned didn't go to the room we arranged, but stayed in Master Chiu's suite. What? You let her go to the hotel? Didn't I say there was a traffic jam first? Peter Chan wiped his sweat with a handkerchief. Miss, that lady got in the car with Master Chiao. We couldn't block it. Incompetent. I'm sorry. Peter Chan was even more panicked. He was afraid that his position as the manager of the operation department would come to an end. Unexpectedly, Missing on the other side of the earth sighed and waved her hand. Forget it. You've worked hard today. Take half a day off next week as compensation for today. Peter Chan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect to have half a day off after messing up. He was overjoyed on the spot. Thank you, Missing. Humph. I was going to give you a week's paid leave if this matter could be done well. Now it's gone, and you won't have this opportunity in the future. Thank you, Missing. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, his expression was more bitter. As soon as the video communication ended, Missing on the other side of the earth suddenly leaned back. The chair was pressed so hard that it seemed to be about to break. She muttered, I didn't know it's really the Song family's genes. Whether it was her uncle Song Haren, who was like a B*TCH, or her grandfather whom she respected and loved, they had never been afraid of women's charms. She grew up in a family that relied entirely on illegal activities, so it was common for her to see such things. But except for her grandmother who had passed away, her grandfather had never intended to make the women around him his wife. As for Song Haren, he had no intention of getting married either. Why am I thinking about this? It was a rare Qingtian afternoon in Fog City. In front of an old 5-story building on the banks of the River Thames, a beetle with a high quality of life slowly stopped. After that, 2 elegant men in suits and leather shoes got out of the car. One of them was slightly older, about 35 years old, and was very capable. The other one was obviously much younger. He looked like a young man in his early 20s. He had blonde hair, looked young and energetic, and held a long object wrapped in brown cloth in his hand. At the top of the stairs, there was already a black man in a black windbreaker with an eye patch over his left eye waiting in front of the door of the small building. The older gentleman smiled and greeted the one-eyed black man. Nick, you should change the color of your eye mask. The one-eyed black man. Nick was obviously someone who did not like to smile. At this moment, his remaining eye was looking straight ahead as he said indifferently, Gareth, the master and mistress of this house, are currently out. You have at most half an hour to exorcise the evil spirit from the woman of this house. Only half an hour? The energetic young man, next to the middle-aged gentleman, was stunned. The black man, Nick, said slowly, because I need at least 15 minutes to deal with the aftermath. In addition, I can't guarantee whether the master and mistress of this house will come back early. Okay. Gareth patted Nick's shoulder gently. Relax, friend. I'll finish before the time comes. Are you really not going to consider changing a new eye patch? I always feel that you're like the one in the movies. Nick directly opened the door behind him. Gareth shrugged and smiled as he walked into the house with the young man who followed him. Nick only closed the door after the two entered. The Knights of the Round Table was one of the oldest organizations in the land of Britain. Since its establishment, it had been guarding the peace of this land from the war of the past to the exorcism of the present. To this day, it had even faded from the sight of humans. Only a very small number of people knew that this mechanism still existed and was still operating. Gareth of the 12 Knights actually brought a newcomer out for a mission this time. It seems that it's time for the trial for the vacant seat again. Nick leaned against the door and thought to himself, every 5 years, there would be a group of outstanding young people coming from all over the country to obtain the inheritance of one of the 12 knights, the name of Hector, that had been left vacant until now. Klein, do you know the reason for the birth of evil spirits? On the wooden corridor, the man who had given up his original name and now inherited the name of Gareth suddenly turned around and asked. The young man named Klein quickly said, all hatred, jealousy, and evil thoughts will remain in the form of evil thoughts if they can't find peace after the death of a person. They will grow by constantly devouring other evil thoughts and eventually become evil spirits. In addition, if evil spirits are left alone, they will continue to devour human lives and eventually become terrible evil spirits. Well said, you've memorized well. Gareth smiled slightly. But there are some things that aren't taught in the books. What are they? The young Klein quickly asked. Gareth looked at the end of the corridor and said casually, if humans are willing to degrade themselves, they can also become evil spirits. I got it. Gareth stopped at the handrail at the end of the corridor and looked at the pillar of the handrail. Did you bring the magic revealing powder, Klein? Yes. Klein quickly took out a box the size of a mirror box and opened it very carefully. Then he sprinkled some green powder on the pillar. A blood-red circle that looked as if it was still dripping with blood and was evil, with a pentagram as the foundation, slowly emerged. Klein was quite surprised. Mr. Gareth, this is a magic circle. To be exact, it's a type of witchcraft ritual and a structure that is commonly used by a branch of the Sea of Love witches. Gareth spoke very carefully as if he was teaching. This branch of witches is better at using drugs and mental witchcraft. In addition, it's also one of the few types of witches that doesn't prohibit contact with humans. Could it be that the woman of the master of this house is a branch of the Sea of Love witches? Gareth said, not necessarily. It's also possible that she accidentally got a handwritten copy of their witchcraft that was left outside. Due to mistakes and improper learning, she embarked on the path of evil. The witchcraft of this branch of witches should basically be in the healing aspect, unlike this one, which is full of evil energy. Oh, Mr. Gareth, you're really knowledgeable, Klein said respectfully. He was Gareth's knight servant. Even for such a position, he had to go through many tests before he could win it. Obviously, he cherished this opportunity very much and was fortunate enough to be recommended by Gareth to participate in the inheritance trial of Ectorson. Gareth shook his head and smiled. I'm not knowledgeable. It's just that I've suffered enough in the past. About the Sea of Love witches, it was one of my seniors who told me. To be able to become Mr. Gareth Sr., he must be a righteous, kind, and powerful great knight. Klein was fascinated. He's powerful, he's really powerful. Perhaps he's also kind, but he's not necessarily righteous. Gareth shook his head. This senior has been stripped of his title as a knight 20 years ago. How could that be? Klein was suddenly shocked, even more shocked than when he discovered the witchcraft on the pillar. To be stripped of his title as a knight by a mechanism. What kind of crime did he commit? If you also have a daughter who's in love with a vampire. Gareth sighed slowly. He seemed to want to say something, but his eyes suddenly became sharp as an eagle's. Klein noticed Gareth's change in an instant, but he didn't have time to react. He only saw Gareth's arm waving at an incredible speed, a speed that exceeded the limits of the human body. Something had been cut apart by Gareth's wing and landed on the floor. It was something that resembled mud, something that resembled a viscous creature. After it had been cut apart and landed on the floor, it immediately lost its vitality and turned into a pile of black powder. Klein. Gareth suddenly stepped aside and said coldly, I'll leave this task to you. I haven't checked your progress in today's swordsmanship lesson. Klein knew that this was Mr. Gareth's test for him. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded resolutely. He untied the brown cloth on the long object in his hand. It was a one-handed cross longsword. Klein took a deep breath and walked along the corridor at the end of the corridor. He had actually experienced a few actual battles, but he was always assisting on the side. This was the first time he was dealing with it alone. Of course, such an actual battle would come sooner or later. He just didn't expect it to be so soon. I must not disappoint Mr. Gareth. Klein was firm in his belief. Klein, come on. Klein, you're great. Klein, come on. Behind him, the elegant knight Gareth suddenly put on a fake nose that he pulled out from somewhere. He put his hands on his hips and lifted his legs to dance. Mr. Gareth, you're one of the 12 knights of the Round Table, the great Gareth. Please stop your indecent behavior. You're disturbing me. Ah, it's rare for me to find a new type of fake nose. Gareth sighed in disappointment. Then he said very softly, Klein, come on. Klein, come on. Klein sighed heavily. There was no doubt that he respected this knight from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for his true personality that would go off the rails from time to time, perhaps he would be even more perfect. Tidying up his mood, the young trainee knight once again approached the room at the end of the corridor. He only felt a cold chill that began to invade his body little by little. However, the strong physique that he had trained for many years was still able to resist this chill. Finally, the door of the room at the end of the corridor slammed open. An even colder airflow blew out from the room. It was actually a strong wind. At the same time, a burst of terrifying and sharp laughter sounded at this time. Klein moved against the wind. He infused the sword energy that he had trained through the ancient method into the steel sword in his hand. This slender cross sword suddenly emitted a weak green light and broke through the strong wind. Klein shouted loudly. He raised the cross sword in his hand and suddenly rushed into the room. Only the sound of smashing could be heard from the room. After a moment, a figure rolled out of the room. Klein's left eye had become red and swollen. He quickly stood up, raised the cross again, shouted, and rushed in again. Roll out, stand up, raise the sword, rush in again. Roll out, stand up, raise the sword. Not knowing when it started, Gareth had an extra cup of coffee in his hand. Right, he also found an old-fashioned black record player in the corridor. Oh, the taste of the owner of this house is really good. I like it. He took out the black record and put it into the record player. Then he moved the needle. It was a dance song, Blue Danube. Ha! Ha! Yeah. The diligent and unyielding battle cry and the notes of the dance song were wonderfully intertwined in the corridor. Gareth sat down and began to flip through today's newspaper. Oh, brave Klein! Please be sure to persevere until I finish reading this article. I will work hard. Ha! Good boy. Intao? Miss Maid didn't eat the afternoon tea sent by the hotel. Instead, she prepared a light fruit plate for her master. Yes, this hotel is not bad. There is an indoor organic farm downstairs. I went to pick some and brought them back, Yu Yi said softly. The stems of the cherries were all pulled out like sparkling rubies. The suite on the upper floor of this hotel could be said to have everything. On the outside terrace, it was equipped with a large open-air swimming pool. Boss Luo was sitting on a beach chair on the terrace, reading an English book leisurely. He took a yin tao from the plate and put it into his mouth to taste. Suddenly, he curiously said, Right, when I just came up, I didn't seem to see the 13th floor. Is it like this? In the West, the number 13 is a taboo. Miss Maid sat next to him and said softly, Many of the older buildings will remove the 13th floor, but it is very rare in modern times. Boss Luo looked at the River Thames outside and smiled. The missing 13th floor, I don't know if something interesting will happen. If the master wants it, it will naturally be there. Miss Maid told him the truth. Luaccio was startled, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. I still want to be quiet for 2 more days. As he said, he picked up a yin tao and sent it to the maid's mouth to feed her. Miss Maid lifted her hair, lowered her head, and gently opened her lips, then slowly bit it. Is it delicious? Yes. Chapter 1278. Omega Mego 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 Mega. Chicksem Amici choked up and said, A novel? Nick took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. Then he opened the door and walked up the stairs. When he walked up, Gareth was folding newspapers. He frowned and looked at the end of the corridor. Klein dragged his body and slowly walked out of the room. He was limping, and his arm that wasn't holding the sword was hanging down. His clothes were torn in many places, and his face was covered in dust. Of course, there was also blood mixed in. Reporting to Mr. Gareth, the target has been successfully suppressed. You were right. She is indeed an illegal witch. Witch. Nick frowned and stared at Gareth. Why is she a witch? Gareth shrugged and said with a faint smile, "My friend, it is obvious that there is something wrong with your intelligence. Work this time." Nick did not argue about the intelligence issue. Instead, he said with slight anger, "Knight Gareth, since she is a witch, you should not let Klein act alone. Every apprentice knight is a valuable asset of the organization. As one of the 12 knights, you have an even greater obligation to protect the safety of these young knights." Gareth lowered his head, as if he was ashamed of Nick's reprimand and could not raise his head. Klein saw this, and although he was weak, he hurriedly said, "Mr. Nick, please do not blame Mr. Gareth. This is my request. It is my fault." "Klein," Nick said indifferently, "honesty should be the virtue that a knight should have." Okay, I apologize." Gareth raised his head abruptly. "I'm sorry." She didn't know when he had put on that weird fake nose again. "Gareth." Nick's voice became much louder. Gareth plastered himself to the wall in fear. He did not have the slightest gentlemanly demeanor. He smiled apologetically and said, "Hey, buddy, relax. Haven't you heard the story of a lion pushing a cub off a cliff?" Plop! All of a sudden, Klein fell to the ground, face down, his body falling forward. He had already lost consciousness. When Klein woke up, he was already lying in the medical room of the round table mechanism. There was still a needle inserted into the back of his hand. Gareth, on the other hand, was sitting at the side, reading a small hardcover book and wiping his tears from time to time. "Mr. Gareth, you're a man with a lot of feelings." Klein propped himself up forcefully. "You're awake." Gareth did not seem to care that his emotions were being seen. He simply closed the book. "How do you feel?" "It's as if my bones were disassembled and then pieced back together. The person who treated me must be an expert who likes to play with Legos." Klein smiled bitterly. Gareth said, "Child, I like your humor. How long have I been unconscious?" Klein raised his head and asked. 5 hours. Gareth said, 3 of your ribs are broken. Your left arm is moderately fractured, and there is a lot of internal bleeding in your spleen. You also lost a decayed tooth. Congratulations, Klein. You have successfully survived a crusade against the evil witches and completed your mission very well. I don't think I've done well enough. Klein did not have the slightest bit of pride. Instead, he began to discuss with the experienced knight about the battle before he passed out. I shouldn't have hesitated. That way, my arm might not have been fractured. Mr. Gareth? Oh, I'm sorry, where did you go? Gareth yawned at this time. He was actually dozing off. This was probably the combination of a seemingly gentlemanly but lazy superior and a subordinate who was extremely serious in everything he did. By the way, Mr. Gareth, what happened to the witch? Gareth said, Nick has already taken her into custody. She will be interrogated next. If she has a murder case, she will be punished. Isn't she the daughter of that family? My previous deduction should be correct. Gareth said casually she accidentally obtained a handwritten copy of witchcraft. She didn't learn it properly and went astray. She should not have a direct relationship with the witches of the Sea of Love. As for the male and female owners of that house, someone will follow up and deal with them. Klein nodded, then looked around in confusion. The infirmary was very large. There were a total of 10 beds, but he was the only one using one at this time. Of course, the utilization rate here was generally not very high. After all, it was the capital of Britain. The power of the Knights of the Round Table was very strong here, so the chances of the knights being injured in missions were relatively small. It seems very quiet outside. Are they all on missions? Klein was thoughtful. His hearing was very good. It was a natural talent. Yes, I heard that a few orcs went missing. Gareth suddenly took out a pen from his chest, then took out a label and lowered his head to write something. Orcs? Klein opened his mouth in surprise. Gareth said, a group of illegally captured orcs passed by the docks here by water. Our people received the news and went to rescue them. In the process of the mission, a few orcs went missing. Considering the emotions of these orcs at that time, they may cause a lot of damage, so our Mr. Hopkins ordered that all those who don't have a mission at hand should be dispatched to search for the orcs. Mr. Hopkins was not a knight, but he was the person in charge of the Knights of Fog. Illegally captured. Klein lowered his head and frowned slightly. The orc trafficking has always existed, Gareth said calmly. Gareth said indifferently, especially some fanatical fellows in the Magician Association. They especially like to use orcs for their research. We can't let these lost orcs out there. It's too dangerous. Klein was about to get out of bed as he said this, but Gareth stuffed a note into Klein's hand. Well, this is for you. What is this? Of course, it's your permission slip. Gareth smiled and said, Knight Klein, for the sake of the next knight inheritance, I ask you not to continue to work as a trainee knight until you recover from your injuries. Of course, you can still come to the organization. After all, the nurses here are so charming, right? After that, ignoring Klein's refutation, Gareth patted him on the shoulder. Have a good rest. The knight pulled open the curtain beside the bed and left in a carefree manner. Then a nurse came in with medicine and pills in her hand. It was an old, dark-skinned Danny with red lips. Mr. Gareth, you lied? Oh! Young man, you are so pitiful. I will take good care of you. Come, let me take off your clothes and apply the medicine, sweetheart. I will do it myself. Madam, please don't touch that place. It was still sunny in the morning, but in the afternoon it started to drizzle on the streets of Fog City. People were wearing windbreakers and holding all kinds of umbrellas as they shuttled through the streets. A man with a black umbrella, a khaki windbreaker, and a hat stopped in front of a red building. He took a detour to the back alley and went down the side stairs. It was an underground bar. The door and the walls on both sides were painted with all kinds of graffiti. It was unknown if it was because the bar was not open yet, but other than the bartender who was wiping glasses, there were no other customers in the deserted bar. Strongbow. The man sat down and looked at the bartender as he ordered a drink. The bartender was a little old. He had a white beard and looked to be around 50 years old, but his manners were very elegant. Strongbow. The bartender slowly put down the drink requested by the customer, then turned around and continued his work. The customer sipped the wine for a while and then suddenly said, Do you know, compared to sunny weather, I prefer rainy weather. When the bartender heard this, he looked back and ignored him. He said to himself, Wherever the sunlight reaches, the shadows will be expelled. They will be compressed little by little, just like homeless people. But real homeless people can still curl up in corners or subway stations. But the shadows will continue to be compressed. Only on a cloudy day, they will have the opportunity to be unscrupulous. The sunlight will cry because of your words. The bartender suddenly said, Then let the sunlight not appear. The bartender frowned and directly turned around, but the customer in front of him had disappeared. There was only a spinning coin on the table. At the same time, on the table next to the cup, there were wet words written with wine. Serpent snake. The coin slowly stopped spinning. The girl looked very thin and weak, as if she had been malnourished for a long time. At the same time, she wore a very thin dress that had long been dirty. At the same time, there were many cracks in it. In the alley, the girl was hiding from the rain. The rain had just stopped. She was curled up under the eaves of someone's back door. She was holding a box of Chinese fried noodles that had obviously been eaten, but hadn't been thrown away because it had been eaten. Although it was called Chinese fried noodles, most entrepreneurs had already improved the recipe to cater to the local taste. Maybe the real Chinese were not used to it. However, the girl at this time seemed to be really hungry from the way she was wolfing down the food. She seemed to be afraid of something and looked around nervously from time to time. Her helplessness was not hidden at all, and the cold brought by the rain and the cloudy day. Hey, look what I found! 3 young men dressed as punks surrounded the girl in front of the back door. What a poor little wild cat. Their faces had a look that could make the girl panic. One of them directly took out a few bills and was about to speak. In the end, Klein still took out the round table mechanism's medical room and rode on his beloved car, Harley Davidson. In the case of a moderate fracture of his left arm, he could only put a plaster on his hand and wrapped it around his neck with a bandage. He slowly drove on the road with the injury. He didn't live in the dormitory of the round table mechanism, but rented a small house by the river. The apprentice knight's job was very dangerous, but relatively low. The apprentice knight's salary and treatment were also very good. The motorcycle abruptly came to a stop. The scene of the girl being bullied by several hooligans entered Klein's peripheral vision in an instant. Without any consideration, he steered the motorcycle, swerved, and barged into the alley. The strong headlights directly pierced the eyes of these young men dressed as punks, making their eyes hurt. One of the young men's hand was still holding the ragged girl's arm at this time, as if he was pulling it. "Hey, friend, bullying a lady is not a gentleman's behavior." Klein lifted the blindfold on the windshield and, at the same time, pulled out the key on the motorcycle and walked down. The young man who was pulling the girl's arm frowned, but still let go of the girl's arm. But the other young man at the side at this time suddenly sneered at this time. "Like you, suddenly disturbing others, it doesn't seem to be a gentleman's behavior, right? You'd better take care of yourself first. Just came out of the hospital." Klein frowned and then said indifferently, "Please don't trouble this lady again, okay?" "We didn't trouble her." The leading young man shook his head. "Believe me, this is not a hero saving a damsel in distress. We just feel that she is pitiful and want to help her." But Klein seemed to have made up his mind. He took off his helmet and hung it on the handle of the motorcycle, saying indifferently, "The 6th rule of the Knight's regulations, never force a lady. The 5th rule of the Knight's regulations, always give aid to a lady. Get out." The 3 young men frowned and looked at each other. Then the leading young man said directly, "And then hand her over to you? Sorry, you're not an unknown person." "Gentlemen, I don't want you to regret, really." Klein sighed and slowly walked forward. Although he was injured, it was more than enough to deal with these young men. He was thinking about how to deal with this matter properly. Maybe it was a good choice to scare them away. After all, they didn't do any substantial harm to this lady, and the police couldn't convict them. He even hoped that this matter could be solved with violence. But at this time, the leading young man reached into his pocket as if he was going to take out something. Klein was startled, thinking that the other party was going to take out some kind of weapon, so he planned to take the initiative. He rushed forward, but just when he rushed to the front of the young man, he was stunned and abruptly stopped. Social worker certificate?" The young man sighed and said, "Yes, this is my work certificate. I just saw that this lady was in trouble, so I plan to take her back to the social workers center first. Did you misunderstand something? If you still don't believe me, you can call and ask. In addition, this is my ID card." But you..." Klein looked at the 3 of them, strangely. Earrings, punk, dyed hair, and black lips. Damn, are they social workers of the Social Workers Center? Is it strange? We just have this hobby, and we just came back from performing. The young man shrugged his shoulders. "This is awkward. Very sorry." Baidu, search Baidu Chinese network. No advertising message. Chapter 1279. Making mistakes is not terrible. What is terrible is finding excuses for yourself to escape after making a mistake. Klein's Knight's Code. Klein followed the 3 young men back to the social work center. Because he was still a little worried, Klein followed the 3 young men all the way to the social work center. Only then did he dispel the last doubts in his heart. After confirming the identities of the 3 people, Klein suddenly remembered that there was a saying in the distant East. "I smoke, get tattoos, drink, fight, and have abortions, but I am a good woman." When the 3 of them took off their makeup and put on their normal clothes, they indeed looked like 2 different people. Will, who was wearing glasses, even had a scholarly air to him. This made Klein apologize for a long time. Ha ha ha, actually we were all so shocked at that time. You suddenly rushed in with injuries all over your body. We were really afraid that there would be a conflict and you would be injured again. The young man was called Will. He had been working in the social work center for 3 years. He was also a rock and roll enthusiast. He formed a band with 2 friends and often participated in some charity activities. You didn't expect it, right? If Mr. Gareth was here, he would definitely use a teasing tone to talk to me, right? Klein knew that he was in the wrong from the beginning, so his attitude became more and more proper. What happened next was not his business. Although the girl did not speak along the way and showed fear and other emotions, she was after all brought to the social work center. She would receive good help here, so Klein did not need to worry about anything. He intended to say goodbye to Will and the others. Just as they were about to leave, a female social worker from the social worker center suddenly walked back with quick steps. There was a look of dissatisfaction on her face. This female social worker was the one who had been ordered by Will to wash and change the girls' clothes. After all, they were all men. Will, I doubt your judgment ability. The ordinary-looking female social worker said expressionlessly, "This child is obviously a boy. You actually asked me to wash him? Oh boy, what a boy." Inside the room, the boy had already changed into a set of clothes. The clothes were donated by someone else. His long brown hair was simply tied up with a rubber band. Soft facial lines, emerald eyes, slender figure, already white skin, and that inconspicuous but definitely present Adam's apple. Of course, other sexual characteristics had also been vaguely confirmed. This delicate guy who exuded a delicate beauty from inside out was indeed a man. Will and Klein were amazed, but the other 2 members of the band will covered their eyes in heartache. What are you going to do with him? Klein calmed himself down and changed the word she to he. He hasn't said anything. Will calmed himself down and said, "Just now I also mentioned that there are quite a number of bruises on his body, especially on his back. We suspect that he may have been severely abused. Due to the shock, he may have been traumatized. At the same time, we did not find anything like identification on him. I think they'll contact the police and figure out his identity first. Don't worry, he will be well taken care of here. We have a good psychological counselor, but he is on leave today." He could see that Klein was also a warm-hearted person, although riding a Harley on the street with bandages all over his body was indeed easy to be misunderstood. "Sorry to trouble you." Klein nodded and took out a business card. "This is my contact information. If there's anything I can help you with, please don't hesitate. If the police need to take a statement, you can contact me directly." "Shoe store?" Klein glanced at the name printed on the business card. Klein smiled and said, "It's just an ancestral craft." He soon officially said goodbye to Will and the other 2, then rode his motorcycle and left the community center. He went back to his own place, which was also where his shoe store was located. Before becoming a trainee knight, Klein was a qualified shoemaker. His father was also a shoemaker. At the same time, his father was also a knight, but until he passed away, he did not get the title of the 12 Knights. He only became a Grand Knight in the Round Table mechanism. When going out, Luaccio declined the car arranged by Peter Chan and chose a double-decker bus. Sightseeing, taking photos, eating delicious food. Young people performing on the street and artists, just like the most ordinary travelers. During dinner, Luaccio did not go to find a restaurant. Instead, he planned to take advantage of this time to see the famous scenic spots. After all, it was rare to come here, even if he was just passing by. Basically, after 5:30 p.m., the major scenic spots in Fog City were closed to the public. And because of the sudden rain, these scenic spots were particularly deserted. Desertion had its advantages. At least, it felt like the whole place was booked. Of course, there were still some places that were open at night. "Let's go to that." Across the riverbank, Luaccio pointed to the huge rotating across the riverbank. The huge Ferris wheel called the Eye of Fog City. Miss Maid of course agreed. but she didn't know if she could get a seat with only her master. If there was another pair of couples next to them, it would spoil the atmosphere. On the street, a man in a yellow windbreaker was strolling. The collar had been raised, covering a small part of his face, and the lowered brim of his hat also blocked his eyes. He walked alone. Men and women of all shapes and sizes walked past him on the street. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a dresser and looked at himself in the glass. He began to tidy up his appearance. Suddenly, in the moment when the passers-by didn't pay attention to him, the man in the yellow windbreaker suddenly took a step. This step went directly into the glass of the window. In other words, he seemed to directly go through the window and disappeared in an instant. Almost at the same time, at the place where the man in the yellow windbreaker disappeared, 3 men suddenly walked quickly from different places on the street. They finally met at the place where the man in the windbreaker disappeared. One of them was flustered and exasperated. "It's time travel. We've been discovered." Another man quickly took out his communicator. "This is the Raptor Group. We've lost the target." In another alley across the street from the dresser shop, a whirlpool suddenly appeared, and then a figure emerged from the whirlpool. The man in the yellow windbreaker reached out to hold the hat he was wearing, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and then continued to walk forward. However, in front of him, there was a bouncing red ball that blocked the windbreaker-wearing man's path. The fist-sized red ball was currently bouncing up and down. Suddenly, the red ball jumped up even higher than before. It jumped all the way to the railing of a back staircase at a height of 3 meters and jumped into the hands of a clown. He was called a clown only because his makeup was like a clown, not because of his clothes. In fact, the clown was wearing a black suit. The makeup on the clown's left and melted, like a drop of tear, hanging on his pink and white face, and the wide red lips obviously didn't have a smile. The man in the yellow windbreaker looked up, then took off his hat and smiled politely. "It's my honor to have your excellency, Dagonet, block my way." The clown in the corridor. The knight with the name Dagonet gently jumped down. The raised lip makeup was not only crying, but also smiling. He slowly said in a very pleasant voice, as a senior cadre of Doomsday Myth, "It's my honor to be able to arrest you personally. Mr. Reed, I wonder if you're interested in going back with me?" The man in the yellow windbreaker. Reed sneered, "I'm just a tourist. It's not kind of you knights of the Round Table to treat a tourist like this. I heard that a few orcs went missing today. That's not a good thing. What if these orcs suddenly go crazy in the busy city?" The clown sneered, "You're the one who gave us the information that a group of illegally arrested orcs will pass by the Fog City dock. I'm curious. Why did you give me such information? Now, most of my colleagues are busy looking for these orcs on the streets, but you, Mr. Reed, are wandering around the streets of Fog City. I'm really interested in your intentions. I don't think I have the right to say no." It was a question like a test, but this Mr. Reed didn't seem to be afraid. Mr. Clown played with the red ball in his hand and gently threw it to the ground. The red ball bounced on the ground and then returned to his hand. This seemed to be a signal to attack. The moment the red ball was in his hand, it directly shot out from the clown's palm. The target was naturally Mr. Reed, but he was already prepared. The moment the red ball was shot, the hat in his hand suddenly turned. The red ball was shot directly into the hat. The hat continued to turn. When it turned back again, the red ball was shot out again, this time towards the clown, like a magician's prop. It was a simple fight, but both sides didn't gain any advantage. "Mr. Knight, I don't think you want to have a fight with me on the streets of Fog City, right?" The senior officer of Doomsday Myth said calmly, "After all, you're not a criminal like me. We don't have so many scruples." "Just right." Mr. Clown shrugged and said, "I'm also planning to accept punishment and get a good suspension leave. I've been working too much recently." Reed narrowed his eyes. He didn't know if it was because of his good luck that he met this clown. Obviously, the clown Dagonet was not the strongest knight of the Round Table, but he must be the most unruly guy. To some extent, he could even be described as a lunatic. He had more important things to do today, so he didn't intend to delay time with this lunatic here. Okay. Reed suddenly raised his hands. I'll go back with you. Hearing this, Mr. Clown didn't seem to let down his guard. In the next moment, Reed's figure disappeared from the spot, just like how he disappeared in front of the window of the clothing store. Mr. Clown was not surprised. The moment Rant escaped, he bent his legs slightly and rushed forward. Yes, the powerful jumping force made his body look like an arrow that was shot out toward a certain direction. Somewhere on the roof of a building on the street, after a series of distortions, Reed slowly landed. But at this moment, Mr. Clown arrived almost at the same time. Reed's expression slightly changed. His teleportation skill was limited, so he couldn't teleport long distances. What a terrifying physique! What a pleasant game of cat and mouse! Reed used his teleportation skill again. His body disappeared and reappeared in the night sky again and again, constantly moving over the streets of Fog City, as if he had obtained the ability to fly. But Mr. Clown behind him was always able to catch up with him again and again with his terrifying perception and strong physique. Just like what Mr. Clown said, this was really just a game of cat and mouse. Finally, after another round of catching, Reed suddenly stopped, and this time he didn't use his teleportation skill. Are you tired of this game? Mr. Clown stopped as well. The two of them confronted each other on top of a huge support frame. The colorful lights in the surroundings shone on them at this moment. Mr. Clown, is the scenery here good? Reed smiled and looked down. Below them, there were many men and women, and all kinds of people were waiting. The place where Reed and Clown were confronting each other was on the support frame of the world-famous supergiant Ferris wheel, the Eye of Fog City. Mr. Clown also glanced at it. Unexpectedly, Reed pressed his hands on the support frame of the Ferris wheel. With a touch of madness, the shadow snake is about to reappear, and this is the beginning, starting from death. At this moment, a powerful magical power was channeled into the support frame of the Ferris wheel. The axis of the Ferris wheel was deformed because it couldn't bear the pressure of the magical power. The Eye of Fog City that was slowly rotating might fall off the support frame in the next second, and then crash down on the numerous tourists. At this moment, Mr. Clown didn't have any hesitation. He, who is always eccentric, obviously didn't want to see so many people die under the collapse of the Eye of Fog City. He had to give up the good opportunity to attack Reed and jump to the axis of the support frame, intending to use his physical strength to pull the Eye of Fog City and the support frame off. But the sudden break of the support frame had already caused the Eye of Fog City to shake. Those tourists who had already sat in the seats and were enjoying the night view of Fog City became frightened because of this. Can I catch up? Mr. Clown's face became extremely solemn. You can't catch up. Reed's voice came from above. It was so crazy. The shadow snake is about to reappear. And this is the beginning, starting from death. He once again said those words like a declaration. Mr. Clown, one of the 12 knights, was full after all. Just 1 point, and the Eye of Fog City completely fell off from the axis of the support frame. A sickly smile appeared on Reed's face. Below the Eye of the Fog City, the music that was played for the tourists was now so beautiful, as if it was the concerto of death. What a beautiful sound! As if he had already seen a lot of deaths, and the annoyed and angry expression on Mr. Clown's face, he opened his hands, closed his eyes, and wanted to embrace this beautiful moment. Music! The music was still pleasant to listen to, and there was also a pleasant atmosphere. The colorful lights of the Eye of Fog City once again swept over Mr. Reed's body. After a few seconds, Mr. Reed opened his eyes in astonishment. The expected collapse of the Eye of Fog City didn't happen. The cold wind blew, and Mr. Reed stared at the Eye of Fog City that continued to rotate slowly, with his mouth wide open. Not only him, Mr. Clown, who was standing on the bearing, was also the same at this moment. Because of the close distance, he clearly saw what happened just now. The bearing that had fallen off magically returned to its original position in front of his eyes. Not only that, the steel nails and screws that were broken by the magic power even flew back from all directions and fixed the bearing again. The Ferris wheel slowly rotated. A bloody crisis disappeared just like that. At this moment, a black flame abruptly rose from the bottom of the bearing with a speed as fast as lightning. The black flame traveled along the core of the bearing and instantly reached Mr. Reed's body. Bang! Mr. Reed didn't have time to scream as his whole body was wrapped by the black flame, and then he fell from above. Mr. Clown was once again surprised by this unexpected turn of events. He even took a picture of Mr. Reed's face as he fell. In one of the seats of the Eye of Fog City, a boss looked out with a strange expression. He really intended to come here for sightseeing, and it was already the last stop of today's sightseeing. Obviously, the transaction had been closed, but he was still a troublemaker. The atmosphere is obviously very good. The black flame flickered on Miss Maid's fingertips. Miss Maid, who gradually began to lose her indifference, seemed to be angry at this moment. Yen, 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 yen PS1. The icing on the cake is the book. I'm really immortal, the author. Summerflower, I don't need to say more. PS2. The additional chapter will be delayed. Chapter 1280. The black flames burning on Ren's body dissipated with the wind before he was about to fall to the ground. Mr. Clown suddenly jumped down before Ren's body completely fell and was crushed into a meat patty. With a few leaps, he landed outside the crowd in a corner of the square where the Eye of Fog City was located, avoiding the crowd. The Ferris wheel was still rotating slowly, but Mr. Clown stared at the many cabins and frowned. At the same time, he also checked Ren's situation. At this time, Ren could be described as terrible. He had completely lost consciousness, his clothes were completely burned, and his skin was mostly charred black. His eyes were even white. Mr. Dagonite. At this time, 3 Grand Knights of the Round Table Mechanism squeezed out of the crowd, found Mr. Clown's position, and rushed over immediately. What happened? Just now, we seem to see the Eye of Fog City falling. They looked at the guy who was carried on Mr. Clown's shoulder and burned into charcoal. He's Rend. Dagonite casually threw him on the ground. He's still breathing. Take him back. He should be able to be saved. As expected of Mr. Dagonite, the 3 Grand Knights were full of admiration. Congratulations, you defeated a senior officer of Doomsday Myth. It's not me. You go back first. I still have something to do. Mr. Clown shook his head, and then, under the astonished gazes of the 3 Grand Knights, he walked back to the crowd, to the Eye of Fog City. They didn't know what had just happened in the Eye of the Fog City, nor did they know about the terrifying black flame that had suddenly appeared. But the clown Dagonet had seen everything clearly, as well as the scene of the Ferris wheel's bearing being restored. Dagonite walked in the crowd. The crowd was discussing what had just happened. Obviously, many people saw the Eye of Fog City move. But in fact, the Eye of Fog City continued to rotate and nothing happened, which made the crowd feel strange. It seems like the repair spell. But this level of repair spell, who else can use it except for the few people in the Magician Association? His gaze began to search through the crowd. He didn't even let go of those lovers who were walking out of their seats, trying to find some clues. But even after the tourists on the Ferris wheel had left and the staff had chosen to temporarily close the Eye of Fog City due to the unusual movement, Dagonet still didn't find anything of value. However, his clown suit attracted the attention of many tourists. In the end, Dagonite could only leave this place with doubts in his heart and return to the Round Table Mechanism to report on his mission. Mr. Hopkins, the person in charge of the agency, had given him an order that could not be disobeyed. He was required to rush back immediately to explain the matter of Reed. Later, after repeated inspections by the staff, they found that the Eye of Fog City did not have any faults. Then, under the strong request of the tourists, it was reopened. A new batch of tourists was waiting in line to enter the cockpit. Boss Luo bought 2 sticks of ice cream from the ice cream cart nearby and came to Miss Maid's side. He chuckled and said, "Sit again." Don't be angry this time. There shouldn't be anything strange happening. I'm not angry. Miss Maid smiled slightly. Boss Luo just smiled and didn't say anything. He had burned people to such an extent. After that, nothing happened. Sir Hopkins was 60 years old this year. His gray hair was very neatly combed. As the person in charge of the round table mechanism in Fog City, he had served for more than 30 years and witnessed the birth of 2 generations of the 12 Knights of the Round Table. But he was just an ordinary person. He didn't have the strength and strong physique of the Knights, but he had another identity that was a member of the royal family of the ancient British Empire. That's about it. In front of this Sir Hopkins, Mr. Clown stood very properly. I suspect that there is a very powerful magician in the Fog City. Not only can he use the super standard restoration spell, but he also has the terrifying Black Flame. According to our information about the Magicians Association, there is no one who fits your description, Knight Dagonet. Sir Hopkins said slowly, "Of course. I believe that, as a noble knight, you didn't deceive me. So, I will send someone to investigate as soon as possible. Now, we should discuss the matter of Rend." Dagonet said in surprise, "Sir, hasn't Rend been caught?" Sir Hopkins made a gesture to wait, and at this moment, the door of the room was pushed open. Gareth, also one of the 12 Knights, walked in directly. As the center of the country, the Fog City had a total of 3 12 Knights of the Round Table. One of them was Her Majesty the Queen, who was responsible for guarding the country. The other 2 were Gareth and Dagonet. They were mainly responsible for the security of non-human creatures in the Fog City area. Of course, more ordinary knights and grand knights in the mechanism were dispatched. Gareth would occasionally participate in ordinary operations, mainly because he was idle. As for Dagonet, it depended on his mood, and he would only act on things that interested him. "Gareth is here. We can start now." Sir Hopkins knocked on the table and said. Gareth suddenly said, "Sir, don't we need to wait for Lancelot?" Sir Hopkins said, "Lancelot is with Her Majesty the Queen and can't leave for the time being. I'll send the content of this meeting over later." "What the hell happened?" Gareth asked sternly. Hopkins rarely asked him and Dagonet to discuss issues at the same time. The last time they met was to deal with the Holy Blood ceremony that the 13 clans were about to hold this year, more than a month ago. It's about the organization Doomsday Myth. Sir Hopkins turned off the lights in the room and turned on the side projector at the same time. On the wall, the projected information began to become conspicuous. Pictures flashed in front of Gareth and Dagonet's eyes, and their faces gradually became dignified. The National Museum of Scotland, Blenheim Palace, Sheffield Cathedral, and Old Trafford Stadium. And there's even a league match being held in the stadium, with tens of thousands of fans watching from the seats. Sir Hopkins said with a heavy expression, "Just tonight, more than an hour ago, these places were attacked at the same time. If you count the Eye of Fog City, there are a total of 5 places. Who did it?" Gareth frowned. This was the most serious provocation to the British Empire. The Shadow Snake is about to reappear, and this is the beginning, starting from death. Sir Hopkins said seriously, "Doomsday Myth?" And, without exception, these words written in blood were all left in these places that were attacked. "Are these thugs planning to declare war on us?" Dagonet narrowed his eyes. "I'm not sure if they've declared war or not," Sir Hopkins said in a deep voice. Sir Hopkins said in a deep voice, "But it's clear that Her Majesty was furious after learning about these things. The myth of Doomsday is so crazy that they dared to attack so many places in broad daylight. Then, in the next second, they might directly break into the royal palace. Her Majesty isn't willing to let Lancelot leave at all. It's reasonable to say that Doomsday Myth is just a new organization." Gareth said in a low voice, "Most of the people they recruit are on the Magician Association's wanted list, and there are also some Inhumans who have a very bad reputation. But overall, they're just a plate of loose sand and haven't done anything too outrageous in the past year. This time, Why are they making such a big fuss? We have to find out something from the captured reed. Otherwise, we'll always be in a passive position, Sir Hopkins said solemnly. Sir Hopkins said solemnly, Knight Gareth, Knight Dargoni, I'm now officially ordering you to find out all the people related to the doomsday myth hidden in the Fog City. We can't let these lunatics move again under our noses. Sir, what about the orcs who went missing? Gareth asked. Let Grand Knight Simpton do a complicated search. The most important thing now is to organize the next activities of doomsday myth, especially similar attacks. They can't happen again. Yes, sir. The two stood at attention, clenched their fists, and put them on their chests. On the street, the pedestrians who were returning at night stood in front of the window in front of the TV shop, watching the temporary news that was being reported on the TV. They all covered their mouths with their hands because the news report was too scary. It seemed to be a terrorist attack. At the same time, in different places, the number of casualties was still being calculated, but no organization had admitted it yet. Miss Maid was in a good mood. After coming down from the Eye of Fog City for the second time, she had been in a good mood. Even if she saw the news at this time, she didn't have any influence. Instead, she was very obedient and accompanied her master to watch the news live on TV. It should be the same group of people as the one in the Eye of Fog City just now, Luaccio said thoughtfully, although Miss Maid did throw out a ball of black flame. Unless the customer asked, the club basically wouldn't kill any creatures. After all, according to the previous business model, every one of them could be a potential customer. But of course, it wasn't a small punishment. After all, it could be said that it directly burned half of their lives. It seems that it's necessary to clean up this dangerous source that can lead to the death of a large number of potential customers. Miss Maid smiled softly. We're actually not the messengers of justice. Luaccio smiled and was quite happy with Miss Maid's expression of emotions. In fact, this reason seemed to be reasonable. After all, compared to the previous president, his degree of freedom was actually higher. There seems to be an organization similar to the authority here. Luaccio thought for a while and said they should be able to deal with it. Well, do you know the Knights of the Round Table? Miss Maid said telepathically, Master, are you thinking about the incident that you met Mr. Amonst in Toucheney's manor that day? Luaccio nodded, opened his palm, and a necklace appeared. This was what Amonst handed over before his death, an opportunity to participate in the trial of the 12 Knights' inheritance. Such an opportunity was probably very precious for people who wanted to become knights. But naturally, it didn't have much effect on Boss Luo. This was not a trade item, but something given by Amonst before his death. Luaccio wanted to give such an opportunity to the right person. Master, how much do you know about the Knights of the Round Table? Miss Maid asked softly. Luaccio said honestly, not much, probably familiar stories like King Arthur, the Sword in the Lake, and the Fairy. Well, I think the content of the cartoons I watched when I was young doesn't count. Is there really a fairy in the lake? Miss Maid thought for a while and said, generally speaking, the sword in the lake and the popular knowledge of King Arthur came from the legend of the Celtic gods, the magic sword Calibulg that was held by the hero Fergus Mac Roy in the Celtic gods. As for the fairy in the lake, it also belongs to the Celtic gods. The queen of the shadow country that Master met in South America, who was summoned by Prince Lucifer, also came from this god system. Celtic gods! Luaccio nodded and remembered this god system. Miss Maid suddenly said, however, the Celtic gods have perished, and the entire Holy Kingdom has been broken. Finally, it was swallowed up by the dimensional gap. In the end, many gods in the god system could only live among the heroic spirits and become servants by obeying their contractors. Only then could they survive as heroic spirits. In fact, after King Arthur returned to the Utopia after his death, he also became a summoned heroic spirit when the Holy Kingdom perished. As for the first generation of the 12 Knights, they also entered the heroic spirits one by one soon after. But before the 12 Knights died, they left a part of their power to guard the country. She twirled her fingers around the ends of her hair gently. The Knights of the Round Table is actually an organization that preserved part of the power of the 12 first-generation knights. It was established after the death of the 12 knights. Over the years, it has been training qualified knights to inherit the power. In the beginning, the Knights of the Round Table was more like a civilian organization. It did not participate in the later division and war of the British Kingdom. It just stopped the local evil. But in modern times, it has the shadow of an official. The most important reason is that in modern times there was a secret marriage between the modern royal family and the descendants of King Arthur. This successfully prompted the modern royal family of the British Kingdom to successfully intervene in the Knights of the Round Table. I see. Luaccio nodded, then smiled and said, "Go back and tell me in detail. There is no reason to let the lady stand on the street all the time." Miss Chambermaid had long since ceased to breathe. Yen P.S. For 27ths. Chapter 1281. Peter Chan had been standing in front of the Song Dynasty Hotel, worried. Originally, there should have been someone with a higher position to replace him. In other words, even the president of the Song Dynasty branch in Fog City would have been happy to do this bellboy job. However, Peter Chan was lucky enough to be the first one to receive a guest at the airport. But at this time, Peter Chan definitely did not think that this job was a beautiful job. More than an hour ago, several terrorist attacks had occurred in several places in the British Isles at the same time, especially the scene at the football stadium. The injuries reported on the television could be said to be shocking. Although Fog City was still safe at the moment, Peter Chan really didn't know how angry Miss Ng, who could fire the president of the branch, would be if something happened. Her attitude should be tougher. Even if she didn't prepare a car, she should at least send 2 people to follow her. Peter Chan muttered outside the hotel, burning with anxiety. Fortunately, in such a torturous wait, Luaccio and the servant girl slowly walked in from outside. Looking at the relaxed expressions on their faces, Peter Chan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, Master Chiao, I want to swear to the great Shiva that next time I won't let you go out alone." Peter Chan walked up quickly. He was still wearing the clothes he wore when he picked Luaccio up at the airport. In fact, during the 2 days when Luaccio stayed here, Peter Chan didn't intend to let himself get off work. Anyway, there were many rooms in the hotel, so it was not a problem to wash up, eat, and sleep here. "Mr. Chin, are you worried about the attack?" Luaccio smiled. "Don't worry, we're fine. It's quite safe here." "That's right." But Peter Chin said, "But those attackers are not humane. Today is Edinburgh. Who knows? They might suddenly appear in Fog City later in the night. Master Chiao, it's safer for you and your partner to stay in the hotel. If you feel bored, we have a lot of entertainment facilities here. I'm sure you won't feel bored." Anyway, he had more than half a day, so there was a lot of time for him to walk around. Luaccio also wanted to see if something would happen while he was hiding in this hotel. He planned to stay for another day and then leave for the university the day after tomorrow. "Thank you, Mr. Chen," Luaccio replied casually. "I'll accompany you 2 back to your room." Peter Chan seemed to be worried. Perhaps he would only relax when he saw the 2 of them return to their room. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the lobby of the hotel. A group of security personnel rushed out in a hurry. They were chasing a guy in a black coat. The guy in the black coat was extremely agile. He jumped up and down in the lobby, making the security personnel chasing after him look like they were in a sorry state. Even many customers were checking and were caught in the crossfire. What happened? What happened? Chan Bide angrily grabbed a security guard and questioned him. The security in the Song Dynasty had always been very good. Such a thing would not happen even once in a few years. If the VIP was harassed and the VIP casually told Miss Ng that the security here was not good, the shop in Fog City would probably be shaken up. The security guard obviously recognized Chin Bide and quickly said, "Mr. Chin, a guy ran into the kitchen from somewhere and is stealing food. He's not our guest." We wanted to drive him away, but this guy is too agile. You saw it. Bastard. There are so many people, and you can't even catch one person. Peter Chan was furious, but it was useless to be angry. After all, it had happened. After the guy in the black coat caused a huge commotion in the hall, he immediately rushed out. Really, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Peter Chan awkwardly came in front of Luochio. Just a moment ago, he said that the security here was actually very good. Luochio casually glanced at the direction where the guy rushed out and said with a smile, Mr. Chen, if you catch him, don't be too strict. But this person is a thief? Peter Chan was startled. If a thief was caught, even if he was not taken to the police station, he would at least be beaten. It was a basic practice. Luochio shook his head slightly. If he wasn't hungry or had no choice, he wouldn't steal food. Besides, although it was a bit messy, the other party didn't really hurt anyone, right? Then okay. Chin Bai nodded. Although he promised, after he really caught the culprit, he would say it then. He smiled apologetically and said, Young Master Chiu, you're really a kind person. I'll send the two of you back to your room. After saying that, Peter Chan turned to look at the security guard who was caught for questioning and said in a deep voice, You heard that, right? After catching him, don't be too strict. If he is hungry, give him something to eat and drive him away. The security guard quickly nodded and ran away. But this thief was not easy to catch. At this time, the security guard secretly complained in his heart. This guy was simply like a circus monkey. Over here. Quick, someone come. Catch him. How big was the security team of this Song Dynasty Hotel in Fog City? At this time, 50 to 60 security guards were shuttling back and forth on the first floor of the hotel. The number of security guards who joined the team gradually increased. Damn it. He escaped over there. He went over there. This thief seemed to have brought more chaos to the hotel than expected. Especially in the commercial street inside the hotel, it was a complete mess. When a large number of security guards rushed into the commercial street and started a carpet search at the glass curtain wall outside the hotel, a small head stretched down, looking at the chaos inside, and then quickly shrank his neck. The thief, who was wearing a black coat, was now stuck to the outer wall of the hotel in an inconceivable way. The thief in black adjusted his body, raising his head and looking at the upper floor of the hotel. He suddenly exerted his strength and began to run on the outer wall of the hotel like a beast. The thief ran all the way from the outer wall of the hotel to the helipad on the top floor of the hotel. He stopped, looking down at the city below from the top of the building. His strange amber eyes carried a trace of urgency. Ajia, where are you? He curled up his body, tightly wrapping the coat on his body. After a whole day of running, he was already exhausted. He just wanted to take a short rest. Suddenly, a soft and gentle sound of a zither came, song. Far away in the sky, flying to the distant sky, in front of the luxurious Behistin, Louis XV, Luochio was playing this song. On the one hand, it was because Miss Maid recognized the origin of this Behistin, Louis XV. However, it was not the original one that had been lost in history. It should be a replica made later. Of course, the price was not cheap. Therefore, he held the attitude that it would be a waste if he did not buy it. Boss Luo, who liked to shop in the supermarket on discount days, had an instinct for free things that even the altar couldn't erase. On the other hand, it was naturally because it was better to play it this way. Yi stood beside him, with her hair hanging down, looking at her master's face and hands. She smiled more. Of course, she was listening more. Far away in the sky was a very short song, a few minutes passed quietly. Naturally, it couldn't be compared with a complete zither song. What a long song! Is it the work of a master? When Luochio's fingers finally stopped and the sound lingered like a woman's rest, Miss Maid sighed softly. Boss Luo smiled slightly. It's not a master. As for the origin, it doesn't matter if you don't know it. Miss Maid's finger gently pressed on the white key, the F-sharp sound. Since her master said it didn't matter if she didn't know it, then she didn't need to be curious anymore. They had many ways to kill time. Luaccio didn't intend to use the whole night to cram in knowledge about the Celtic gods, so he moved a little on the chair and let Yu Yi sit down. "Let's play a song together," Luaccio said softly. "I believe you'll teach me well." For hands together, but Miss Maid seemed to want to be a little naughty at this time. Her right hand moved quickly on the white key, Dance of the Bumblebee. Her fingers danced in the air as she looked back with a smile. Their eyes met on the same level. Luaccio liked this kind of lively smile. His hand passed through her hands and began to play the dance of the bumblebee. They crossed their hands, sometimes looking at each other, sometimes closing their eyes to listen. Suddenly, Luoccio's left hand moved to the back of Miss Maid's hand, as if he was playing the piano, bouncing rapidly on the back of her hand, as if he was responding to her naughty behavior at the beginning. Until the end of the song, when the last lingering sound disappeared in the air, Luaccio looked away from Miss Maid and looked at the balcony. The city lights outside the hotel were reflected on the sliding glass door, and a slightly childish face appeared in the light at the same time. What a polite little guy. Luaccio finally pressed the piano key, and the sound of the piano key bounced out. The glass door of the balcony opened automatically at this time, and a figure fell into the room. But he soon found his balance. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he didn't really fall on the carpet. His body was wrapped in a black coat. The coat was really big, and in fact it didn't fit him well. He looked a little funny in it. Even the fisherman's had hung down to his eyebrows, and there were some loose places. His hands were hidden in the sleeves. He stood there uneasily, as if he didn't know how to deal with what happened at this time. So he resolutely chose to step back, turning around and rushing out of the balcony, jumping on the wall of the balcony. Luaccio said, "People outside are looking for you. It's not too late to leave when things calm down. At least it will save you some trouble." He squatted on the wall, pressing his hands at the same time. At the moment when the sound came, he was originally jumping, but at this time he was startled. His jumping posture was not completely completed, and his body lost balance and fell down. He really fell down. Ah! He screamed in horror, and his body suddenly disappeared from the wall. But in the next moment, a hand climbed up the wall again, and then a second hand. At this time, the small head carefully rose from outside the wall, inquiring everything in the room. It saw that the young man in the room was now walking over step by step. Luaccio had already given up. Anyway, if he stayed in the room and didn't go out, something would probably happen. Now he had a kind of attitude of, since it's already here, let's just take it as it comes. His eyes were amber with strange vertical pupils. A few symmetrical long whiskers could be seen on his face, which was stuck with stains and oil. Orc. Miss Maid, who came with Boss Luo, recognized the thief at a glance. This was like a switch which stimulated him in a flash. His amber pupils showed a trace of fierceness. He used his hands to support his body, jumped up high, and then pounced on Luaccio and Yu Yi from top to bottom. This kind of sudden attack would trigger Boss Luo's absolute defense from the club. Luaccio had to wave his hand. Before he pounced, his body was fanned away by a gentle force, and then he fell into the small swimming pool on the terrace. Splash! The water splashed everywhere. The water in the small swimming pool was actually not deep, but the thief who fell into the water seemed to be drowning. He was desperately struggling in the pool. His coat and hat had already been taken off, and he finally climbed to the edge of the pool with great difficulty. He raised his head, gasping for breath, as if he had just survived a disaster. However, his two furry ears were trembling slightly on his head at this moment. His expression was gloomy and uncertain, and his eyes were fixed on the master and servant in front of him. His intention to attack didn't seem to disappear. Luaccio and Miss Maid looked at each other. Miss Maid said softly, "Orcs seem to be in a bad situation, so they are more vigilant against people who recognize them. In the Middle Ages, orcs even became the playthings of slaves and nobles. Until today, there are still people engaged in capturing orcs and selling them. This naturally happened in Europe. Luaccio, who grew up in Kelowna, naturally didn't see it with his own eyes. I see. Boss, Luo nodded, then looked at the little orc and said in English, I'm sorry, we don't mean any harm to you. The little orc in the pool at this time shouted angrily and pounced out of the water again. It's Turkish, Miss Maid reminded at the side. Luaccio had to buy the ability to master the language and said again, we really don't mean any harm, we just don't want you to cause any trouble outside. After all, this hotel has something to do with me more or less. He directly restrained the little orc's next attack. The reason why he did it himself was that compared to Miss Maid, Boss Luo was actually better at delicate work. If Miss Maid restrained the little orc with the black flame, even if she controlled it to the smallest extent, it would more or less bring pain to the little orc. You see, if we want to attack you, I think you won't have a second chance to attack. Huh. Looking at the little orc who was restrained in the air, Luaccio was stunned. His windbreaker had been left behind in the water, and he was only wearing a rather thin and ill-fitting male shirt, which almost reached his knees. But now it was wet. Whether it was the slightly bright red color on the chest or the looming triangular position, it showed that under the rather masculine appearance at the beginning, it was her. Let me go! Yen 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 PS1. Correction. Yesterday's book was I'm Really Immortal. I read it, but every time I read it, I silently read Immortal. PS2. Catch up later. Chapter 1282. Ask the room service to prepare some food and some suitable clothes. In the room, the little orc wrapped in a bath towel sat on the floor. Although she was holding a cup of hot tea in her hand, she still looked warily at the guy who easily subdued her. As if to make herself understand, they had been conversing in the language of her hometown since just now. Miss Maid used to have a part-time identity as the world's top mysterious fashion designer, so she was naturally familiar with the measurements. She nodded and didn't need to measure it because she had already visually measured it. It was a pair of A. So Miss Maid walked slowly to the telephone and dialed the room service number. Unexpectedly, the person who answered the phone was Peter Chan. He really did his best. Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with? Can you help to prepare clothes? Of course, clothes. Peter Chan, who had been waiting for the telephone line of this suite in the room, was slightly stunned at this moment. Hearing the voice of the woman beside Master Chiu, he asked curiously, what kind of clothes? Well, do you have a female sailor suit? Try to get a smaller size and underwear, is that okay? Of course. It will be sent to your room soon. Peter Chan quickly agreed and hung up the phone at this moment. Peter Chan quickly went to ask people to prepare clothes, but on the way, he couldn't help but feel strange. The woman's body proportions are very good, but wearing a smaller size seems interesting. Does this Master Chiu actually have some special hobbies? Chimbaid muttered. He was wondering if he should send this information to Miss Ing on the other side of the hemisphere. Perhaps he could get another chance for a promotion and a raise. It was normal for the hotel to prepare the food. As for the clothes, it was actually unnecessary, but recently he had been squandering a lot. Based on the principle of saving as much as possible, Boss Luo naturally wouldn't be greedy for convenience. Besides, they were not in the wilderness, and the hotel actually prepared the food quite quickly. The food and clothes were delivered at the same time, and it took less than 15 minutes. Luaccio went to another room to avoid them. As for the servant girl, she took the food and clothes and communicated with the little orc. It was also worry-free, wasn't it? When Yu Yi appeared in front of him with the little beast man seemed to have let down most of his guard, and his face was full of uneasiness. Boss Luo asked curiously, "What method did you use?" "I just treated her wound and told her that we might be able to help her." Miss Maid smiled and said, "But she needs to collect some rewards." Compared with the kindness of unknown origin, she actually believes in compensation more. True enough. As for business, Luaccio didn't have any objections. He began to size up this little orc. She looked about the same age as a human girl of 14 or 15 years old. However, the clothes he was wearing were a little strange. It was a female sailor suit with a short skirt and long red and white socks. He really didn't know where to start complaining. Or the person who prepared the clothes was actually very knowledgeable. Mr. Chin, there seems to be some misunderstanding. Miss Maid's eyes were full of tears. Even if there was a misunderstanding, it shouldn't be a sailor suit. Boss Luo just pretended that he didn't notice this strange point. He nodded and finally went against his original intention. He changed the little orc into another set of clothes. Of course, this change was only for a moment, and there wouldn't be any situation such as tearing the clothes. Simple cropped jeans, a short-sleeved shirt, white flats, and a plain coat. Boss Luo was never good at clothes. But at least it was better than the terrible sailor suit just now, wasn't it? Actually, the clothes just now will make it easier to move. The little orc suddenly said seriously. She tried to make her expression look natural, but she couldn't hide the shock in her heart. You're a magician? I'm beginning to believe that you might be able to help me. Only a magician who could use all kinds of magic would have the ability to change people's clothes with a press of a button, right? And the ability to imprison herself. Just take it that I am. Luocho ignored the little orc's first sentence and smiled. How should we call you? Lael, she said. Tulip, Luocho nodded slightly and said, Miss Lael, we are indeed engaged in activities of providing paid services to customers. How can we help you? Lael was silent for a moment and finally made up her mind. Just like what he said, with such a strong power, it would be easy for him to do anything to her. There was no need to beat around the bush. I think you can help me find my brother. His name is Oga. Lael gritted her teeth and said her origin. Originally, my brother and I were caught by a group of damn orc traffickers. They planned to transport us to an auction. But when we passed by here, the ship was suddenly attacked. A group of strange people barged in and fought with those damn orc traffickers. Taking advantage of the chaos, many orcs began to escape. My brother and I were separated in the process of escaping. Originally, I could have found my brother by following his scent, but there was a sudden rain and the scent was washed away. I couldn't find him. She became annoyed. This little orc girl didn't have it easy. She was caught by the orc traffickers and brought to a distant country, facing an unfamiliar city and language barrier. She thought that she had escaped, but she was separated from her family. Your brother's name is Oga, right? Luocho confirmed with Lael. She nodded. Under Lael's astonished gaze, Luocho reached out his hand and grabbed a parchment scroll from the air. He opened it and glanced at it before saying, I think I found out where your younger brother is. Really? She was so excited that she instantly rushed forward. She almost pounced on Luocho, but at the same time, a gentle force blocked her body. You, don't worry, your brother is safe for the time being. Luocho rolled up the sheepskin scroll in his hand and looked at the little orc as if he was thinking about something. Reward? Lael seemed to have realized something and asked tentatively. Luocho nodded. There was a certain price to pay to buy information. Naturally, there was an income to be paid. The most basic trading principle of the club had always been there. Even if the club had the authority to open and close a trade at any time, when the trade process was close, it would still be considered to have started. Of course, whether this trade was for profit or a loss, the boss had more freedom to decide. Then, 1 month's time, Luocho thought for a moment and said slowly, Miss Lael, I need you to give me 1 month's time. When Lael heard this, she was first shocked. She was prepared to pay the price, but when she heard that it was a month's time, she subconsciously moved her lips. She clenched her teeth and nodded resolutely. Okay, as long as you can really help me find my brother, I will accompany you for a month's time, but I won't accept requests that are too perverted. Also, you must take contraceptive measures. At this moment, Boss Luo was glad that he did not drink tea. In his memory, Something similar seemed to have happened before. In South America, when he met the lady with the ability of a dimensional observer. Luacho glanced at the servant girl and was surprised to find that she did not have the same kind smile as before. Vaguely, there seemed to be an expression of joy. That seemed to be a good thing. Luacho waved his hand at Lael and said seriously, "Miss Lael, I think you have misunderstood. What I mean is that this information is worth 1 month of your life, which means that after you find your brother, I will take 1 month of your life as a reward. You don't need to accompany me for a month, and I don't have any strange hobbies." "My life?" Lael opened her mouth in confusion. How could he give her his life? Furthermore, it was specifically a month's time. Luacho said, "Let me explain it this way. You need time to find your brother, and we will help you save this time, allowing you to find him in an extremely short period of time. But at that time, when you use normal methods to find your brother may encounter danger, and you may not be able to save him in time. Our service will allow you to avoid such risks, so naturally we will pay you more. At present, time is equivalent to payment, and it should be the most cost-effective way for you to pay. After all, it's just finding your brother's location." Lael shook her head. She did not understand and did not even know how cost-effective this 1 month's expenditure was. She said seriously, "If you say 1 month, then 1 month. Anyway, you don't need me to accompany you." Ignoring the last sentence, Luacho made a final confirmation to her. "Miss Lael, are you willing to pay 1 month of your life as the price to buy this information about your brother's location from us? You are very young now, and perhaps you don't really care about the length of your life, but when you reach the end of your life, you may regret this 1 month." "Cut the crap." Lael frowned. After all, life withdrawal was too hard to believe. She was more inclined to believe that the other party was kind-hearted and was just joking to make her feel more comfortable accepting the help. But human magicians were not good people. "Then let's sign the contract." Luacho waved his hand, and a contract parchment opened in front of her. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, her impatience won over her rationality, and she clenched her teeth and pressed her hand on it. Miraculously, although she could not understand the contents of the contract, its meaning was directly imprinted into her consciousness at this moment. Life payment, does it really exist? She finally got the information about her brother's current location from Luacho. On the parchment, there seemed to be a map. There were 2 marks on the map. One was red, the other was blue. She raised her head in confusion. Luacho said, "The blue arrow is your location, and the red mark is your brother's location. You can easily find your brother, and it's not far away." Lael nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, he opened the window and jumped out. Soon, he disappeared into the night. Miss Maid walked to the window and closed it. Then she turned around and chuckled. "It seems that she is impatient." Luacho said with a faint smile, "Speaking of which, why did Peter-chan prepare such clothes?" Miss Maid blinked. "Master, do you want to see it?" Luacho laughed. "You are becoming more and more like the variety witch." Miss Maid walked slowly and squatted down beside Luacho. She held his hand and put it on her face. Then she raised her head and asked softly, "Master, will you be willing to be my devil?" He lowered his head and kissed her. This time it was lips. In the evening, the social work center had already closed, but Will still stayed. If there was a language barrier, the concert was a good way to communicate. Will had always been like this. If he could perform with his heart, he would be able to convey the message to the other party. This child looked 13 or 14 years old. Although he looked like a girl, he was indeed a boy. His 2 colleagues and band members had already left early to avoid being challenged in their sexual orientation. In general, Will was a person who couldn't watch others suffer without helping. He had to work overtime and act as a temporary psychological counselor. There was no good way to eliminate the child's uneasiness. Will thought of a way. He came to the child with a wooden guitar. Of course, it couldn't be a punk rock type of music. Will chose soft country music. The child had been curling up in the corner of the room since he ate, as if he was afraid of everything and people. When Will came in with the guitar, he even trembled slightly. Will later saw the bruises on the child's back. Some of the bruises were already old, but some were still scarlet and eye-catching. It was obvious that he had been treated violently. Will found it hard to imagine what kind of cruel person would do such a thing to such a delicate and pretty child. I don't mean any harm. I just hope you can calm down. Will said slowly with his softest voice, It's safe here. No one will hurt you. Please believe us. We will help you, although you don't seem to understand. The child just trembled more when Will approached him. Will could only smile and sit in front of the child. After slightly adjusting the strings of the guitar, he began to play with his fingers. Original scenery of hometown. Even if he loved punk rock, he instantly liked this song from a distant country after hearing it. Relax. This is a song taught to me by a friend from the East who came to study music. At the same time, Will began to pluck the strings. The sound was like the wind in the field, low and melodious. Gradually, the delicate boy became less afraid. He even stopped trembling and looked more at Will's hands. He seemed to be attracted by the sound and unconsciously became quiet. At the same time, his eyes became wet. He subconsciously reached out and touched his face, only to find that he was crying. Will glanced at him and didn't stop. Instead, he insisted on finishing the song. Then he took a tissue and handed it to the boy. He hesitated, but still took it timidly and said something in a low voice. Will couldn't tell which country's language it was, but it didn't hinder the communication between the two sides at this time. It was probably words of thanks. Will smiled and waved the guitar in his hand. Do you want to give it a try? He seemed to understand Will's meaning. He hesitated and nodded. Will handed the guitar to the child and began to fiddle with his posture. He let him pick up the guitar made of rosewood in the correct posture. This is called grade pillar. Starting from here is the first grade. Although he didn't know if the child could understand, Will still patiently taught him. Yen 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 PS. 5/27. Chapter 1283. In the Platinum Palace, Her Majesty the Queen was holding her beloved pet, but she did not seem to be very comfortable, because at this time of the night, which was supposed to be a rest time, a large number of people had gathered outside the palace. There were at least 1,000 people standing outside the palace at this time, protesting, and the number of people gathered was still increasing. The anti-riot team had been mobilized. They built a human wall and prepared smoke bombs, water guns, pepper spray, and so on. But if there was no order, they could only stand with their anti-blast shields. The Prime Minister was urgently summoned an hour ago, and there was not only the Prime Minister present, but also those who held real power in the House of Representatives. Outsiders did not know what was being discussed at the center of power, especially the guards. They only needed to be responsible for the safety of the forces and not let anyone get close. There are really more and more people. Looks like they won't disperse until dawn, and there will be more people. Looking through the human wall, the team leader in charge of the anti-blast work shook his head and looked at his companion beside him. Get ready for a long-term confrontation. His companion shrugged and said, It can't be helped. Who asked for several places to be attacked in succession. The point is that the attacks were successful. Now they are probably having a headache about their own intelligence work, or maybe they will also discuss the budget of the intelligence system next year. The group leader didn't say much, but he knew very well that to be able to organize such a large mass protest in such a short period of time, the possibility of it being spontaneous was too low. Perhaps the poisonous snakes of the opposition had already begun to shout. He shook his head again. Ever since the referendum in the British Isles some time ago, the current government had been questioned. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard, and the two men followed the sound. What he saw was a woman in a tuxedo. Her delicate and vigorous facial features seemed to be of Germanic descent, but her long blonde hair was simply tied up. Like a deacon, she walked past the two men with one hand holding a staff member and looked straight ahead. At this time the companion whistled softly and asked curiously, "Who is this lady? Why can she walk freely here?" "Don't you know?" The team leader said casually, "She is one of the Queen's bodyguards. She has always been in charge of taking care of the Queen's daily life. I think her name is Lance." Lance! His companion was startled and looked at the back of the lady. She was unusually tall, even taller than most men. Finally, she arrived in front of the room where the Queen, the Prime Minister, and the others were having a discussion. "Knock on the door." "Excuse me." She opened the door and walked in slowly. After she entered the room, she saw that the scene was immersed in a dignified atmosphere. Her Majesty was just holding her beloved cat and combing its fur, but she seemed to be in a daze. The Prime Minister was standing outside the window, silently smoking a cigarette. When she came in, everyone's eyes were focused on her. However, she acted as if she didn't see it. She walked directly to the Queen's side and put down the tray. There was a cup of water and a small plate. On the plate were a few pills. "Your Majesty, it's time to take your medicine." "Okay." The Queen nodded subconsciously. Then she looked at the current ministers and absent-mindedly swallowed the pills. After that, she packed up her things and turned to leave. The Queen's lips moved slightly, but she didn't say anything in the end. "Wait, Lancelot." But the Prime Minister spoke. Just as she was about to push open the door, he stopped her. "Honorable Mr. Birmingham, what can I do for you?" She turned around and asked politely, but she didn't smile. "What do you think about this attack?" the Prime Minister asked in a low voice. She said indifferently, "I'm sorry, Mr. Birmingham, I haven't received any orders yet. I'm asking for your opinion. I don't believe that Mr. Hopkins didn't contact you after such a big thing happened." The Prime Minister frowned. "This damn puppet." "Mr. Birmingham, my duty is only to protect the Queen's safety. Apart from this, Mr. Hopkins didn't ask me to do anything, nor did he say anything to me." She still said coldly, "If you want to know the attitude of the night mechanism from me, you don't have to. It's not as efficient as calling Mr. Hopkins yourself. He didn't answer my call at all." She sneered first. She just glanced at it and said indifferently, "If there's nothing else, then goodbye." "Wait, Lancelot." Under the gaze of the other leaders of the House of Representatives at the conference table, the Queen finally braced herself and said, "Here is a letter secretly sent by the thugs who launched the attack this time. It states their request. I think you can listen to it." She showed a puzzled expression. The Queen smiled bitterly and said, "They call themselves the Doomsday Myth and ask us to give them all of Northern Ireland unconditionally and recognize their independent rule of this area. If we don't agree to this request, then in the next month they will continue to launch attacks like they did a few hours ago. The next attack will be in 3 days, and the location is unknown." She finally showed a trace of emotion this time. District 2 of the Fog City, where old houses and new high-rise buildings converged. At this time, in the gap between the houses under the shadow of the high-rise buildings, a figure jumped on both sides of the walls with a vigorous posture. It seemed that it would easily break through the gap in the alley. However, when the figure was about to step over one of the buildings, a big black net suddenly appeared above it. The big net instantly covered it. Then, a burst of crazy electric current began to be released in the big net. With a scream, it fell from the top and directly fell into the alley. Several men wearing long black windbreakers and holding a long metal tube in their hands quickly walked to the big net. They helped it up after being hit by the electric current of the big black net. He looked only in his early 20s, wearing a sweater covered with stains. His bangs were already wet with sweat, and at the same time there were many wounds on his body. The young man who was helped up now lowered his head, his eyes blurred, and his mouth foamed. He was already unconscious. Gee! It was the sound of a match being struck. Head Knight Simpton lit a cigarette for himself and then walked to the young man who was helped up. Simpton reached out his hand and pinched the young man's chin. After a while he nodded. "Good, the third one." How many more are there? One of the men in a long black windbreaker said, "According to the list in the hands of the orc traffickers, there are 2 more that haven't been found. Sir, this is the signal tracker we got from the orc traffickers. One of them is not far from us, and the other one is moving quickly. Looking at the direction it's heading, it seems like it wants to meet up with the one that's not moving." Simpton tilted his head and looked at the tracker in his subordinate's hand. He pointed at it and said, "Then let's stop here. Community center. Find these dirty bastards as soon as possible and drive them away. I really hate the smell of orcs. It makes me unable to sleep at night." "Yes, sir." This was definitely a genius. Will was extremely shocked. It was easy to tell whether a person knew how to play the guitar or not. Even if someone knew how to play the guitar, he couldn't pretend. From the beginning to the beginning, he started to play alone. That was his own fingering technique, his own habit. This handsome kid was obviously imitating his own fingering technique. Even though the child was only able to play the first part of the song slowly and smoothly, and was basically unable to continue towards the end, the child was still trying his best. This child's memory was so amazing, and at the same time his hands were so nimble. Genius. It seemed like he had picked up a genius. Finally, the kid's hand stopped. He couldn't continue the rest of the song, but he soon started from the beginning, and this time he was even more skilled. Will was a guy who liked to share things with others. He quickly thought of his other 2 friends in the band and wanted to tell them about this. However, he couldn't get through the phone. In fact, no one answered. Will shook his head. Those 2 guys were probably flirting with girls in the bar. Will suddenly thought of a good rock friend who also taught him this song. Will once again listened to the song of original scenery played by this friend of his and instantly had the feeling of crying. That was the realm that Will was pursuing, and also the realm that he firmly believed that music could convey his feelings. Beep, beep, beep. Will, calling me at this time, what's the matter? The phone was connected. It was not very fluent, and there was some English mixed with some accent. "Chung, do you know, I found a genius. You don't know how incredible this kid is. I believe you will like to know him very much." Will said excitedly, "Well, I will definitely want to know him. Are you going to introduce me to him?" That was a tone of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Of course. Are you free tomorrow?" "Oh, Chung, wait a minute. It seems that someone is coming. I will call you later and tell you the details," Will said, and then turned off the phone. At the same time, in the Royal Academy of Music of Fog City University. How strange. He smiled, then shook his head and put down the phone. At the same time, he turned on his laptop and started a video connection. The screen flashed, and soon a family of 3 appeared in front of him. Among them, the child seemed to have been born not long ago. "Oh, let me see my adopted son. Hongguan, don't hide it. Look at this kid. He looks so much like me." "Like you, my ass. How can he look like you?" "Huh." They began to laugh and chat. There were indeed people from the social work center. Maybe they came to ask for help. For example, some homeless people came back to ask for some food. Will looked back at the kid who was holding the guitar attentively. He smiled and gently closed the door, then walked out. He came to the reception area, but didn't see the homeless people he expected. Instead, he saw several people in black windbreakers. They didn't look like people who came to ask for help. "Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with?" Will came forward and asked. "Is there anyone else here besides you?" One of the men asked indifferently. "Who are you looking for?" Will frowned. He felt that these people didn't come with good intentions. A man standing behind suddenly said, "Ah, it's this smell. It's a nauseating smell. He's here, let's do it." After the man finished speaking, several men in black windbreakers nodded and directly past Will, breaking into the social work center. "Wait, you can't go in. This is private property." Before Will could finish his words, a man in a trench coat had already arrived in front of him and directly punched his abdomen. This caused Will to instantly bend over in pain, almost to the point of being unable to breathe. "You, What exactly do you want to do? We're saving you, kid. Don't you know how dangerous it is for you? Simpton slowly came from behind, squatting in front of Will, and said with a sneer, "At the same time, we're looking for that guy. Don't worry, we won't destroy anything here. Take that guy away, and this matter will be over." As he spoke, Simpton shook his head. Immediately, one of his subordinates understood and walked over. He directly pulled Will up and forcefully dragged him into a nearby room. "Let me go! Let me go! What are you doing?" The door of the room was closed. Inside the room, Will suffered another heavy blow. This time, he directly fell to the ground in pain, retching, and didn't have the strength to get up. At the same time outside, two men in black windbreakers directly dragged that handsome boy out. The boy was terrified, struggling, and shouting. He was finally brought in front of Simpton. "Oh, little bastard, welcome to Fog City. But you'll leave soon." Simpton smiled, sizing up this handsome boy. This handsome boy suddenly revolted. His eyes instantly turned red, and he suddenly broke free from the two men who were holding him, then directly rushed toward Simpton. However, Simpton didn't panic. The moment the boy rushed towards him, he suddenly kicked his long leg and then, like an axe, directly chopped the boy's body. Bang! The boy instantly hit the floor, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Simpton stepped on the boy's back, his eyes cold. A black shadow suddenly flashed in from outside, flashing by Simpton's side at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the boy under his foot had disappeared. At this moment, his subordinates all took out their weapons. At the reception counter of the social work center, a young girl was standing in front of the boy, protecting him. Anger and resentment, the girl stared at the knights in front of her. Simpton slowly exhaled, stretching out his hand and lightly touching his cheek. The moment the girl flashed by, she left 3 thin blood stains on his cheek. "That's why I hate dirty, lowly, and rude bastards like you the most." Simpton narrowed his eyes, indifferently saying, "In the process of chasing, 2 orcs were provoked and went crazy, so we had no choice but to kill them. Write the report like this. Yes. Yen 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 PS1. Point Mom has a golden keyboard event. Ends on the 31st. Vote for me. PS2. Catch up later. Chapter 1284. On the outside, it looked like a luxurious manor, but in fact it was the place where the Knights of the Round Table gathered. The manor was owned by Sir Hopkins' family. After centuries of continuous construction, it had become a sizable base. In the interrogation room, Reed slowly woke up from a state where he seemed to have taken a tour in hell. Along with his awakening came a pain that seemed to burn his soul. He couldn't help but groan a few times. Then the first thing he saw was his hands. His hands were badly mutilated, as if they were fished out from a fire, but at the same time his hands were still shackled. His whole body was chained to a metal chair. What a tenacious vitality to be able to wake up so quickly. In front of Reed was the pale face of a crying clown, one of the 12 Knights of the Round Table, the clown Dargoni. Not only Dargoni, but Gareth was also present, as well as Mr. Hopkins, who was silently sitting on the side with his cane in hand. This senior cadre of Myth of Doomsday had suffered terrible injuries. The Knights of the Fog City had actually used a lot of precious medicine to pull him back from death. Originally, there was no need to go to the extent of rescuing him. But they had to do this, because if they couldn't get the whereabouts of the other members of Myth of Doomsday from Reed, their contact information, and their next plan, after 3 days, this country would probably usher in a terrible disaster. At this time, under Reed's blank gaze, Mr. Clown conjured a remote control from his palm like a magic trick. Rant seemed to have realized something. Mr. Clown smiled as he extended a finger and slowly pressed it down in front of Rant's eyes. In an instant, a huge current flowed into the metal chair. A shrill scream sounded, and Reed's body, which was mostly burnt, was now twitching crazily. Gareth frowned and couldn't help but say, "Dargoni, we don't have much time. If you electrocute him, How much time do we have to waste? Don't worry, I'm counting. Mr. Clown let go of the button and shrugged. I'm just doing a demonstration that can save us time. I believe that a smart person will know to answer honestly. Am I right, Mr. Reed? Just as Mr. Clown had said, the electric shock this time did not make Reed pass out. It only made him suffer inhumane torture. But in the face of the clown's question, he weakly raised his head and revealed a disdainful smile. If I don't tell you, will none of you be able to sleep? The clown's lips curled up slightly. Of course. I hope that you will remain silent. He pressed the button again, and the metal chair that was connected to the current emitted visible sparks. Reed's body convulsed even more crazily, and his eyes even turned white. Reed, just how many people do you have in Doomsday Myth? Where are they hiding? Where is the next target? Gareth asked quickly. I hope you can end your current suffering. Please cooperate with us. At the same time, he reached out and snatched the remote control from Mr. Clown's hand. Mr. Clown curled his lips, squatted on the ground, and looked up. Gareth ignored him and just reached out to grab Reed's hair and raised his head. As long as you are willing to cooperate, we can give you an extradition order and let you become a legal Inhuman in your country. We will also come forward to negotiate with the Magician Association to revoke their wanted order on you. Sunshine, you want that too, right? Reed still sneered, and his voice was intermittent. You agree to the request. Sunshine belongs to us, Gareth frowned and said. Do you know what you're doing? Ceding the whole of Northern Ireland and letting you be independent. Are you announcing your existence to the world? Are you trying to start a war? The Shadow Snake is about to reappear, and this is the beginning from death. Ah, Dargoni, you better know when to stop. Looking at Reed falling into a coma after the electric shock, Gareth's gentle face instantly became extremely stern. Mr. Clown was squatting at Gareth's feet, quietly reaching out his finger and pressing the electric shock button. He was so naughty that he had no friends. Gareth shook his head. After the third electric shock, Reed probably wouldn't wake up in a short time. He sighed, walked to Mr. Hopkins, and said with a frown, Sir, this Reed has done a lot of drug resistance training. Our truth-telling liquid obviously won't work on him. If he insists on not revealing, I'm afraid. Mr. Hopkins rubbed the carving on his cane and remained silent. At this moment, the door of the interrogation room suddenly opened. A woman wearing a purple dress, black eyeshadow, and a great figure slowly walked in. Mr. Clown whistled, stood up, and flicked his fingers. In a flash, 3 flying knives appeared between his fingers. Gareth frowned. Mind which? Gillian Anderson? Why are you here? I asked her to come. Mr. Hopkins sighed. Gareth, I think we need to borrow her ability to get information about the Doomsday Myth from Reed's mouth in the shortest time possible. At the same time, the woman in the purple dress leisurely walked to Hopkins's side, sat on the armrest of the chair, and reached out to lift Hopkins's chin. Dear Hopkins, I hope you will keep your promise. Don't try to control my mind, Gillian. Facing such a seductive beauty, Hopkins wasn't moved at all. His eyes were as clear as a lake. I will keep my promise. But on the other hand, you can help me. This is just a deal I have no choice but to make. Of course. You are the descendant of the great King Arthur. Ms. Gillian smiled, then glanced at Gareth and Mr. Clown, and then walked to Reed. Gareth still frowned and looked at Mr. Hopkins inquiringly. I promised her that she would have the opportunity to visit that person. Hopkins shook his head. That person. Gareth instantly thought of something, and his face slightly changed. Sir? Hopkins waved his hand and said, Including the time we need to deploy after we get the information about the Doomsday Myth, if you are confident that you can get the information from Reed's mouth within half an hour, I will not hesitate to terminate this deal. Gareth could only remain silent. Half an hour? With Reed's stubbornness, perhaps he wouldn't be able to say a useful word in half a month. Well, I'm curious. How did you catch Reed, a silver-level magician? Ms. Jillian circled around the metal chair, and her fingers began to stroke Reed's shoulder. This is a ruthless character wanted by the Magician Association for 10 years. Is it the work of Mr. Clown? It seems that your superhuman intuition is a good counter to Reed's transmigration technique. It's not me. Mr. Clown shrugged, not intending to explain in detail. Is that so? Ms. Jillian didn't seem to care, and after circling around, she came in front of Reed and cupped his face with both hands. Her eyes suddenly turned black, completely turned into a pair of completely black eyes. It was extremely strange. About 10 minutes later, Ms. Jillian stretched and smiled. Well, Reedsville has protection, which can prevent the spying of psychic magic. But I've bypassed it. You have about 20 minutes, so ask whatever you want to know as soon as possible. With that, Ms. Jillian threw a coquettish glance at Mr. Clown and reiterated, "There are only 20 minutes. It's not good to waste it on me." Mr. Clown had to take back the magic between his fingers. Before leaving, Ms. Jillian suddenly looked at Mr. Hopkins and chuckled. "Prison? When I go, I'll inform you." In the room, Will got used to the pain. After catching his breath, he got up with difficulty and looked at the man in a black trench coat in front of him in horror. He seemed to have heard something else. It was the child's shouts coming from outside. Mafia, criminal organization, or something else. Will used the action of climbing up to quietly open the phone in his pocket. He didn't know who he was calling. He only hoped that someone would answer and at the same time be able to hear the conversation here. "You're here to catch that child?" Will frowned. His injuries were also caused by you? You actually abused a minor? "If you don't want to cause trouble, don't be nosy." The man in the trench coat stood in front of the door with his arms crossed. "Don't worry, we'll disappear from your sight and won't trouble you in the future," Will said with slight anger. "But you took away an injured child from me. I seriously suspect that you're doing some illegal activities, even illegally imprisoning and abusing a minor." The man in the trench coat shook his head, seemingly impatient, but still said casually, "You don't want to know the origin of the child you're talking about. What's your hand doing?" With that, he took a step forward, pinched Will's arm, and forcibly pulled it out. "Phone? Are you playing tricks? Let me go. You criminals! Let me go." The man in the trench coat threw Will's phone to the ground, then pulled him and threw him towards the wall. "It seems that letting you sleep is a better choice." He sneered and walked towards Will. Will watched in horror. But at this moment there was a loud noise outside the door. It seemed to be smashing. The man in the trench coat frowned, waved his hand again, and knocked Will to the ground. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even get up. "I'll deal with you later." With that, the man in the trench coat opened the door and walked out. Outside, the man in the trench coat had already fallen to the ground, and the reception area of the community center was already in a mess. However, the orc siblings had already been forced into a corner. They had too many ways to deal with orcs, not to mention the minor. Simpton didn't make a move, but just watched coldly. "Sir, what's going on?" The man who was watching Will hurriedly walked over, but Simpton just nodded. The man glanced and frowned. "Sir, since the 2 targets have been found," what he received was Simpton's cold gaze. He could only swallow his words, then looked at the 2 little orcs in the corner. "Sister." The boy hid behind the girl in fear. The girl protected him with one hand, while staring at the enemies in front of her, saying in a low voice, "Oga, I'll keep them busy. You run when you have the chance. You keep running. After you leave this place, run towards the tallest building. You must go to the 17th floor, the room with the swimming pool. There might be someone there who can protect you, but that guy is a long story. You have to be careful." "Sister, I won't go. Be good." The girl looked into the boy's eyes. "I promise I'll be fine. Then I'll go find you." As she spoke, the girl grabbed the boy's arm and threw him out. At the same time, she kicked her body and crashed into one of the men in a black windbreaker. Her growth hadn't reached the level of an orc. She was agile, but not strong enough. This collision didn't make a trained knight fall to the ground. But to her horror, her actions didn't work. When she came back to her senses, she saw that Olga didn't escape. Instead, Simpton easily grabbed his leg and lifted him up, then he heavily fell to the ground. Simpton smiled and lifted his windbreaker. A narrow sword flew out and was about to pierce through Olga's body. No! The girl screamed in despair. At this moment, white fur started to grow all over her body, and her amber eyes turned dark red. Chee, 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 chee. In the blink of an eye, a white gas suddenly spewed out. This white gas was emitted at an extremely fast speed, instantly filling the entire reception room. At the same time, an ear-piercing buzzing sound rang out from the reception room. Simpton covered his nose and waved his arm to get rid of the white gas. When some of the gas dissipated, a fire extinguisher was seen rolling on the ground. But the two little orcs were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Outside the community center, Will carried the delicate boy and hurriedly got into a yellow car. Then he rushed out of the community center. As a grand knight of the Knight Organization, he actually let two orcs escape under his nose. Simpton's face instantly became gloomy. How did you watch? I'm sorry, sir. I already beat him to the ground. I didn't expect. The man lowered his head and hurriedly apologized. Humph! That's not enough. Quickly chase after him. Simpton said angrily. The man hurriedly nodded, looking at the yellow car running away. A trace of relief flashed across his face. Yen P.S. 6/27. Chapter 1285. The yellow Ford Focus sped along the road. Will's eyes were still filled with panic. His lips were dry. From the rearview mirror, he could clearly see the two black Audi 3S. The group of people in black were still chasing after them. But after crossing the next street, they would be able to see the entrance of the police station. Once they reached there, they would be safe, right? He wanted to ask the kid about the background of those people. But even the girl who appeared later and seemed to be very close to the boy was unable to communicate with him. The girl and the boy were sitting in the back seat of the car. He doesn't seem to understand what we are saying, right, Olga? Lael frowned. What's wrong with him? Yes, he doesn't understand. Sister, don't worry. The boy. Olga nodded and then told her what happened in the afternoon. Sister, this big brother saved us. If he didn't create chaos, Lael hugged Olga and comforted him softly. Sister knows that there are good people among humans, just like the town we lived in when we were young. The uncles and aunts in the town were all good people. But did you forget how scared they were when they found out about our identity? Sister, Lael stroked Olga's back. They are all good people. Our identity will only bring them trouble. Look, including the person driving the car, didn't he get into trouble because of us? Olga was silent. Lael looked back and saw Simpton and his men following closely behind. She gradually became anxious. She looked ahead and realized that they were getting further and further away from the hotel. Only then did she realize that the man driving in front of her had his own plans from the start. Don't go in this direction. Go there. There. Lael reached over the back of the seat and pointed at the tall building in the distance from Will's side. That is, Song Dynasty Hotel? Will was startled. You want to go there? No, we should be going to the police station. Police station. Police cop. Okay. Lael shook her head and her expression became anxious. She kept saying something. Bang! While they were chatting, the yellow Ford Focus suddenly jolted. The Audi 3 behind it had caught up and crashed into the rear of the Ford Focus. Don't hit my car. I still have 2 years of loans. Will stuck his head out of the car window and shouted angrily. Lael was still mumbling at the side. Will felt like his head was inflated like a balloon. But at that moment, he suddenly stepped on the brakes. The inertia caused Lael's body to crash into the front seat. But at the same time, the two Audi 3S behind them could not stop at all. Bang, bang. In front of the intersection, Ford Focus was pushed out of the pedestrian line. Lael turned around and got up. He glared furiously at Will and shouted, "What are you doing?" This time, even though there was a language barrier, Will was able to understand the reason behind the girl's roar. "Red light!" Lael shuddered and abruptly reached out to grab Will by the back of his collar. Then he flung him to the back seat in a doggy crawl position. Without a second thought, the girl grabbed the driver's seat and stepped on the accelerator. Just like that, she charged into the traffic ahead. Ooh, ooh. Will opened his eyes wide. He had a feeling that the world was spinning. He could even foresee the situation where the traffic police would come knocking on his door. However, the two Audi 3s behind them did not seem to be catching up. Did they really get rid of them? He got up and looked at the back window. He saw that the two Audi 3s had turned around at the intersection and were driving in the opposite direction. They actually called for an emergency assembly at this time. In the Audi 3, Simpson frowned. Just as he was about to catch the two little orcs, the highest assembly order from the Knights of the Fog City was directly sent to his mobile phone. Simpson could only give up on the pursuit of the little orcs and turn back. In Simpson's career, he had only received this kind of highest assembly order twice, including this one. The last time was 10 years ago. It was for a crusade against that sinner. The yellow Ford Focus finally came to a stop. Will listened to the clicking sounds of his new car. His legs felt weak as he pushed open the door and got out of the car. It's over. This kind of serious violation of regulations, the insurance, won't pay for it, Will sighed heavily. Lael took Olga's hand and walked to Will. Although you don't understand, I'm still very grateful for your care for my brother. We don't want to implicate you, so let's just leave it at that. After saying that, Lael bowed deeply to Will. Then he clenched his teeth and tore off a necklace from his neck. He stuffed it into Will's hand and pulled Olga away. Will was startled. He looked at the necklace in his hand. It was made of string, and the pendant was polished, very smooth. It looked like some kind of bone or stone mineral. Is this compensation? Will seemed to have understood Lael's meaning. He looked at the two little guys who seemed to be at a loss. He opened his mouth. Finally, he chose to walk up quickly and blocked in front of the siblings. Question mark. Lael frowned. Will could only make a hand gesture. It's so late. Where are you going? You don't want to go to the police station, right? Which hotel are you going to? Do you know anyone there? I don't know if the people chasing you will show up. How about I send you there? Lael and Olga glanced at each other. Finally, Lael chose to ignore Will's hand gesture. He pulled Olga with one hand and directly ran away. Will hurriedly chased after them. But in the blink of an eye, he could not see the two children anymore. He could not help but be stunned in place. After a long while, he smiled bitterly and returned to his tattered car. His face was bitter like a gourd. Simpson strode along the corridor. The sound of his leather boots hitting the floor was very clear. He pushed open the door. The battle conference room of the Knight Organization. Simpson looked around and found that all the Grand Knights of the Knight Organization in the headquarter Fog City, including the 12 guarding knights, were all here. Everyone's eyes fell on Simpson. He walked up and faced Mr. Hopkins. Sorry I'm late. I'm on the way to hunt down orcs. Hopkins waved his hand and interrupted Simpson's statement. It's okay. Take a seat, Simpson. You've already found most of the orcs. We'll talk about the rest later. Simpson nodded. Then he walked to his seat and sat down. In front of his seat, there was a document. Everyone had this document in front of them. He hurriedly opened it and started reading. Hopkins cleared his throat. Simpson, read and listen at the same time. So far, we've already gotten the information of most of the members of Mythology of Doomsday from Rant, a senior officer of Mythology of Doomsday. We also know their next target. Everyone, if we can't organize the operation of Mythology of Doomsday, a terrible disaster will befall our country. Therefore, this operation will involve all the Knight organizations in the country. We must catch all of these thugs in one fell swoop before the next attack of the Doomsday Myth. Now, I'll distribute your work. The operation deployment meeting lasted for an hour. After waiting for orders, everyone in the night organization in the headquarters of Fog City left to prepare the equipment and supplies for this operation. Outside the war conference room, Gareth walked out with the meeting notes in his hand. He had a lot on his mind. At this time, a figure quickly walked up to him. "Klein?" Gareth was startled. "Didn't I approve your leave and let you go back to rest?" "I also received the assembly order." Klein hurriedly said, "Mr. Gareth, what happened? Could it be related to the attacks tonight? Is there anything I can do to help?" "Probationary Knight Klein," Gareth said seriously. "Yes, sir." Klein immediately stood at attention and raised his head. Gareth said calmly, "The order I'm giving you now is, go back to your shoe shop immediately and continue your leave." "Sir, my injury doesn't affect my movement." Gareth only patted Klein's shoulder and didn't say anything else. He directly turned and left. Klein stood there in a daze, feeling quite down. "Kid, you're blocking my way." Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Klein. He raised his head and saw Simpton with an indifferent expression. Klein hurriedly stood at attention again and moved aside, saying respectfully, "Mr. Simpton, I'm sorry." "Okay," Simpton casually replied and walked past Klein. He suddenly stopped and turned back. "All right, I'll give you a suggestion, kid." Klein still stood at attention, raised his head and raised his chest, looking straight ahead. "I'm very willing to listen. If you can ensure that you're in the best condition, you're just a burden on the battlefield." Klein opened his mouth, but Simpton had already walked away. Klein took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Simpton's back. "Thank you for your advice, Mr. Simpton. I'll remember it in my heart." "Go away." Simpton casually waved his hand as a response. Da-da-da-da-da. The yellow Ford Focus finally arrived at the entrance of the social work center. The hood of the car was smoking. Will got off the car and looked at the smoking hood, smiling bitterly. "Okay, I know you've tried your best." "Will." At this time, a man quickly walked out of the social worker center and jogged in front of Will with a worried look on his face. "Chung?" Will was stunned and recognized the man. "You! Why are you here?" The man, Chung Iran, said angrily, "Didn't you call me and say a lot of strange things? Then you suddenly hung up. I was a bit worried, so I came to see you. What's going on here? Are you being robbed here? I've called the police. They're still inside." "So he called you. I thought no one would pick up." Will sighed, saying, "Let's go in and meet the police first. My experience tonight is enough to make a movie." "Hey, buddy, have you ever tried to race on the streets of Fog City like in movies?" In the presidential suite on the 17th floor of the hotel, Boss Luo sat quietly with a whiteboard in front of him. As for the servant girl, she was wearing round-rimmed glasses and a black dress. Her stockings wrapped her legs well. Because the floor was covered with a carpet, she didn't wear high heels that should have been worn. The servant girl also held a marker pen and a pointer, tapping on the whiteboard. "Generally speaking, this is the process of the destruction of the Celtic gods. Master, is there anything else you don't understand?" Boss Luo smiled slightly, pointing at his temple, chuckling. "I remember, teacher." At this time, the news report was broadcasted on the TV. The Prime Minister appeared on the screen and began to speak about several terrorist attacks in the British Empire a few hours ago. "We will severely punish these thugs." Luaccio lowered the volume of the TV, saying casually, "It seems that it's not over yet. After all, the number of casualties hurt the government and citizens." The servant girl said softly, "I guess by tomorrow the whole world will be talking about it." "Well, the security of this hotel is really not good enough. It seems that all the efforts were spent on strange arrangements." She looked towards the direction of the balcony. Outside the glass door, two small figures were hanging in the wind. They were the orc girl and her brother Olga. The orc girl directly pushed open the glass door and walked in. Olga, who followed behind her, grabbed the corner of his sister's clothes, looking very uneasy. "Sir," You really like this way of entering the door. Miss Maid walked back to her master and waited quietly behind him. It's not easy for me to come in normally, right? The orc girl fearlessly met the servant girl's gaze. Why did she change into another set of clothes? It seemed that this magician really had some strange hobbies. Miss Lael, congratulations on finding your brother. Luo Chiu smiled slightly, looking at the boy behind the orc girl. Luo Chiu couldn't help but take a second look at the boy's delicate face, like a young girl's. No matter if it was Lael or this boy, they were orcs. Shouldn't orcs be the kind in Blizzard's games? As he met more and more non-humans, Luocio gradually became interested in the form of these non-human creatures. What a beautiful boy! Lael suddenly blocked in front of Olga, her eyes full of vigilance. Luocio didn't mind, just said casually, Miss Lael, since you found your brother, is there anything else? Lael frowned. Didn't you take your reward? I did find my brother because of your help, and I also helped him escape danger. Generally speaking, I'm very grateful for your help. But since I promised to give you a reward, I won't go back on my words. Come, what do I have to do? Well, Luocio smiled. Actually, the moment you found your brother, miss, you didn't have to come again. I gave it to you when Lael was startled. She didn't feel anything, but she believed that there was no free lunch in this world. So she hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, You really don't need me to accompany you for a month. Such a straightforward character. Boss Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that the previous explanation was in vain. Baidu search 81 Chinese network. No advertising message. Chapter 1286. Beside the bed, Lael was carefully arranging the blanket for Olga. He had already fallen asleep when there was a soft knock on the door. Miss Maid pushed the door open and walked in. At the same time, she put down some clothes. Lael took a look and opened her mouth. This woman changed another set of clothes. How many clothes does she have to change in one night? After Miss Maid put down the clothes, she nodded with a smile and turned around to leave. She didn't say anything. Lael hesitated for a moment and quickly chased after her. Wait a minute! In front of the door, Lael gently closed the door and lowered her voice at the same time. What's the matter, Miss Lael? Ye asked indifferently. Lael stuttered for a moment and then said in a low voice, That thank you for letting us stay for the night. If you want to thank us, shouldn't you thank us in person? Lael opened his mouth and looked up, only to see the servant girl's faint smile. In the room, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Luocio's legs were covered with a thin blanket. There was only a light for reading beside him. The book he was reading was prepared in the study room of the suite. It was a book about British folklore. When Yi brought Lael in, Boss Luo happened to see the story of Mordred's rebellion. Miss Lael, what's the matter? Luocio closed the book and stood up. He casually put down the blanket. Miss Lael said that she wants to thank you in person, master. Yi came to Luocio's side and said softly. He looked at the orc girl and found that the beast ears on her head were slightly trembling. She seemed to be very nervous, so he said, Do you like to drink tea, Miss Lael? Luocio smiled and said, The tea made by Miss Maid is very delicious. Yi. As he said, Luocio casually snapped his fingers. On the small round table in the corner of the study room, a tea set quietly appeared. Lael was slightly surprised. What was more surprising was that she was familiar with this tea set. This was the tea set commonly used in the country where she was born. Fruit tea or black tea? Miss Maid looked at Lael and asked with a smile. There are many fresh fruits in the kitchen. There are also some freshly picked cherries. Black tea is fine. Lael quickly waved her hand. You don't need to trouble yourself. Actually, please sit down, Miss Lael. Luo Chiu came to the table, pulled out a chair, and then made an inviting gesture. Lael steps a little bit. She had never been treated like this before. In other words, the people who took care of her and Olga on the farm were all casual and carefree people. They would sing and dance in front of the bonfire. They would also drink heartily during the harvest season. The smell of hops would always spread in the night, wind along with the fragrance of tulips. Are you thinking of your family? Lael couldn't remember how she sat down and how she suddenly fell into her memories. But such a question brought her back to reality from her beautiful memories. I don't have a family, Lael said subconsciously, but then she bit her lips lightly. I have no family except Olga. As she said, she didn't forget to look at the beautiful woman who claimed to be a maid's way of making tea. It was really the way of her country. How many spoons of white sugar? 4. Miss Maid clearly received such a request. She gently lifted the lace on her sleeve with her left hand and started to make sugar with her right hand. She suddenly felt that she was like an ugly duckling in a story in front of these two people. Have you thought about how to leave? Luacio's question temporarily interrupted Lael's wild thoughts. She quickly said, Tomorrow morning I will take Olga and leave here. I will definitely not give you any more trouble. I have said that I have already received the reward for finding your brother. Luacio had always been very patient. He patiently said, Do you still remember the contract you signed? It has already returned to me, and your lifespan has also been reduced by 1 month. Of course, you are still young, so you don't feel anything. I heard that orcs have a longer lifespan than ordinary people, so you probably don't feel anything. Lael subconsciously said, I am a mixed blood. My lifespan is about the same as ordinary people. As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. Would the other party be curious and ask about her background? How was she supposed to answer him? If you want to leave, it seems to be a little troublesome for Miss Lael. Luacio didn't ask further. Instead, he thought and said, You were caught by orc traffickers. You don't have any identification with you, so you might not be able to use normal means of transportation. Lael immediately heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, It's okay. We can sneak into the carriage of the train to load goods. This way, we don't have to go through so many troublesome checks. We used to. She quickly pursed her lips and lowered her head. Luacio thought for a while. He opened his palm and a document appeared. There was also a mobile phone. He pushed these things in front of Lael. This is the schedule of the train going through the undersea tunnel tomorrow. In addition, this mobile phone has a translation software. I hope it will be of some help to Miss Lael on your return journey. Lael had already experienced the pain of not being able to speak. She knew about the modern technology and also thought about the translation problem of the mobile phone. However, she was penniless. If she really wanted to get these things in this strange foreign country, she would probably have to resort to illegal means or robbing. The information and the mobile phone had undoubtedly helped her a lot. She was already used to the mysterious magician's ability to make things appear out of thin air. Anyway, she had heard rumors about magicians since she was a child. They were all magicians who had various magical powers. Why, Luacio said, you can take it as a little self-satisfaction. She didn't remember how she walked out of the study room. She only remembered that the magician's smile was very gentle and the maid's black tea was very fragrant. In the room, Agia was still sleeping soundly. Lael sat at the bedside. Although she was exhausted to the extreme, she still cheered up. She began to look at the documents and mobile phone in her hands, planning to leave tomorrow. In the study room, Luacio returned to the place where he started to read. Miss Maid sat on his lap on the carpet, like a cat lying on his lap. The skirt was loose and round like a rose. Master, are we just going to let them go like this? Miss Maid raised her head. Luacio looked down and touched her face with his fingers. Before leaving, I wrote a sentence to myself. I'm thinking in a short period of time, if it's not irresistible, I'll try my best to do something that may be unprofitable to pass this stage temporarily. As he said, he raised his left hand. There was a string of agarwood Buddha beads on his wrist. Similar to relief? Luaccio smiled and raised Miss Maid's chin. Don't enterprises also do charity? Self-satisfaction. Miss Maid's eyes were full of tears. Self-realization. Luaccio lowered his head. He started to like the feeling of touching this pair of lips. After a long time, when they separated, Luaccio said softly, "When I'm ready, I'll help you get your body back in heaven." Okay. On the island, an armed helicopter slowly landed. The wind blew the people who were directing the landing. Their clothes fluttered. Finally, the helicopter landed and the cabin door opened. A charming woman wearing a purple dress walked down. She was only one person, the spirit witch, Julienne. At the same time, more than 10 men with guns came from all directions. The muzzles of these guns were undoubtedly pointed at the spirit witch. "I'm just a visitor. Can't I be treated with courtesy?" Julienne let out a soft sigh. At this moment, a brown-haired man in a white suit and sunglasses slowly walked over from behind the gun-wielding man. "We're facing a soul which ranked 5th on the Magician Association's wanted list. I think we're being polite enough. Madame Julienne, can I say that this ranking is so high because I was falsely accused?" The witch covered her mouth and chuckled. The man in white said indifferently, "Ms. Julienne, according to Sir Hopkins's instructions, you only have 20 minutes of visiting time. After 20 minutes, no matter if you come out or not, we will close the entrance of the prison. Please watch the time." The witch smiled and said, "He is known as the most powerful Grand Knight below the 12 Knights, and he was also born blind. It can be said that he is my nemesis. Am I really that unpopular with Mr. Lino?" "Please." The man in white. Lino moved to the side. At this time, the men with guns also separated into 2 rows to let the lady pass. She raised her head and looked in front of her. On the small hill of the island, there was a castle built with ancient stone. Julienne walked gracefully like a Persian cat. A violet perfume smell was carried by the wind. She wanted to walk to the castle on the hill and whispered. The spacious gate stood majestically. The pillars of solid stone pierced the sky. Heavenly power was as insignificant as human strength. How could a huge building be regarded as a collapsed nest? The fortress of steel was majestic and lofty. "What are you talking about?" Among the men with guns, one of them seemed to be in a state of extreme tension. At this time he shouted loudly, and his finger on the trigger was almost pressed down. Mr. Lino stretched out his hand and pressed it down. Although he was born blind, in contrast, his other senses were far superior to ordinary people. This is one of the passages in Edinburgh prison. The character butler chanted at the prison gate when he was rejected for visiting. Lino said indifferently, "It's not a spell." Mr. Lino is also a sentimental person. The witch looked back and smiled. As she smiled, the man who shouted at her to stop suddenly screamed in horror. He even dropped the weapon in his hand in panic and screamed, "Snake! Snake!" Not only was he shocked, but at this moment he seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing, and his whole person was in a state of uncontrollable state. Great Knight Lino frowned and hit the back of the man's neck with his hand, knocking him out on the ground. At the same time he looked at the witch and said indifferently, "Madame Julienne, I don't mind including your travel time into the visiting time, if you like to stay here. I want to take back my compliment." The witch turned and set off again, but this time her pace was slightly faster. From the helipad to the castle on the hill, it only took them about half an hour to walk to the castle. At this moment, Lino took out a key from a necklace around his neck. He walked to the castle gate and inserted the key into the hole in the center of the gate. The ancient gate then slowly descended at the entrance. It was pitch black. "Remember, you only have 20 minutes. That person, at this time, if there are no accidents, he should be on the east wing of the tower. Go. I strongly request that these 20 minutes start from the moment we meet, and not from the moment I step in here." Madame Julienne's voice suddenly became calm. Lino acted as if he did not hear her. He waved his hand, and a subordinate took out an electronic timer. After Lino said start, he pressed the timer button. What a boring and heartless man. The witch looked at him bitterly, then lifted her skirt and walked into the castle gate. Lino closed the gate of the castle once again and stood in front of the gate. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists as if he was holding a sword. He stood there with a serious expression on his face. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Lino so serious. The subordinates whispered to each other. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the person locked inside is the one who paralyzed almost all the round table mechanisms in Great Britain 100 years ago. He even killed 5 of the 12 round table members. He's the fiercest and most evil knight in history. Can someone really live for so long? I want to say that he's cursed. On the spiral staircase, Madame Julienne held an oil lamp in her hand and walked up step by step. This spiral staircase had no end and no one could see behind her. Only the light of the lamp shone in the darkness. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Madame Witch reached the top of the tower. The door in front of her was ajar and was not locked. She pushed it open. In the room, there was only the orange light of the candle. The light and shadow swayed along with the flickering of the candle. On the blue stone wall, there was a shadow. Julienne took a deep breath and looked at the shadow on the wall. She was stunned for a moment before she turned to look at the shadow's body. At the only window of the room in the tower, she saw a black-haired man sitting on the windowsill. His hair was long and black, almost reaching the ground. His hands and feet were shackled at the same time. He was holding a small book in his hand. Apparently, before Madame Witch came, he was reading under the light and was still immersed in the world of the book. He heard the sound, so he raised his head, it seemed. Under the candlelight and moonlight, a pale face that was as thin as a patient with terminal anorexia appeared in front of Madame Witch. She opened her mouth and called out softly, Mordred. Baidu search 81 Chinese network. No advertising message. Chapter 1287. The cloud moved, and the thin man sitting on the windowsill walked down. The chains on the shackles made a crisp sound. He was really thin, and the shackles on his hands and feet seemed to be heavier than his weight. Alice. The man called Mordred had a hoarse voice, as if his vocal cords had been burned. You haven't talked for a long time? Miss Witch looked at him and shook her head. But I'm not Alice. I'm her daughter, Julienne. Daughter. He looked a little confused, and then he was silent, as if he was recalling something. The witch was also frowning. She seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be talking to him. 60 years of imprisonment and the poison created by the collaboration of 100 secret apothecaries of the Magicians' Association has messed up your mind and memory. Look at me, Mordred. You should remember who you are. He stood there motionlessly, like a skeleton. This castle had a terrible anti-magic ability. She couldn't use any power here. That was why Hopkins agreed to let her visit him. Even so, she was searched very carefully before the visit to make sure that she didn't hide anything. But she still brought something with her. The witch lifted her skirt and put her hand under it. At this moment, there was a sensitive expression on her face. She was in a state of physical pleasure. She sighed slowly, and her eyes were like phosphorescence. She took back her hand, and then there was a small glass bottle. She took the bottle, walked slowly to Mordred, and opened the bottle. It took me 30 years, and I was wanted by the Magicians' Association for 30 years to find the materials to make this universal deciphering potion. He didn't move and was completely immersed in his own memories. Seeing this, Miss Witch had to pinch his chin and pour the liquid in the bottle into his mouth. When the potion finally went down his throat and into his body, Miss Witch slowly stepped back. In fact, even she wasn't sure that this potion could break the poison in this man's body. Time passed little by little. Mordred still stood there motionless. Julienne couldn't help but frown. Did she fail? Just as her heart sank, Mordred suddenly showed a pained expression. He grabbed his own neck and knelt on the ground, letting out a painful retching sound. Black liquid was spat out from his mouth, just like that, and accompanying it was an unpleasant stench. This type of retching continued. The amount of black liquid Mordred spat out was even more than the amount of water his body was supposed to contain. A lot of time had passed, much longer than the witch's visiting hours. Finally, the black liquid in Mordred's body seemed to have been completely spat out, but he was still clutching his neck with both hands, kneeling on the ground with his head lowered. What's wrong with you, Mordred? Ji Lien asked hesitantly. He raised his head and his eyes regained their clarity. At the same time, he slowly stood up. I'm just sorting out the memories of the past few decades. Are you really Alice's daughter? I inherited my mother's power and am also a soul witch. Ji Lien nodded. Perhaps after we leave this castle, I can prove it to you. How do you feel? Has the antidote completely removed the poison in your body? About 15% has been removed. Mordred was silent for a while. But it's enough. Only 15%? How is that possible? Ji Lien frowned and coldly snorted. That damned secret pharmacist. He really didn't try his best. Mordred looked at his hands. The poison in my body was made by hundreds of secret pharmacists, and there was no lack of secret pharmacists among them. Although I don't know the origin of the secret pharmacist you found, if he could do this alone, he can already be considered a genius. Moreover, 15% is enough. Really? Ji Lien was pleasantly surprised. Are you sure you can leave this prison? To be honest, this is a gamble. If I can't wake you up, I'm afraid I'll be locked up here forever. The best outcome is that I'll be handed over to the Magician Association by the Round Table. I'll leave here. As he spoke, he also looked at the witch. She didn't see a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. But before you leave, you need to tell me, why did you come to me and help me detoxify Akshay record? The witch's eyes flashed with fanaticism. She said word by word, Mordred, I need you to help me get it. A document that can change history. He closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. The witch couldn't help but feel a little nervous. If the man in front of her didn't agree, then all her previous plans would probably... Okay, I promise you. He opened his eyes and nodded indifferently. Consider it as a reward for bringing me the antidote. But you have to think about it. You only have this wish. If you use it, it's gone. The witch chuckled. It said that no matter who it is, as long as they can save you from this prison, they can ask you to do one thing. I think my request isn't a waste. Although what I'm using is a favor from the strongest knight, known as a demigod. A demigod. He looked at the witch strangely. Under her puzzled gaze, he said indifferently, I'm not a demigod for a long time. Let's go. After I help you find the document, I'll come back. The book here. I haven't finished reading yet. Come back. She was shocked. She didn't understand what he meant, but seeing that Mordred had already walked out of the door, she had to quickly follow. However, the shackles and chains on Mordred's hands and legs were still there. Listening to the sound of the chains dragging when he walked, the witch couldn't help but frown. This so-called demigod, the fiercest and evilest knight in history, seemed to be very ordinary. Mr. Lino, it's been almost an hour. They began to remind Lino, who had been holding his sword since an hour ago. But he didn't respond. He just closed his eyes and was in the most solemn state of alert. The subordinates didn't care. No one had ever been able to walk out of this prison. For the past half a century, all the sinners who were locked in there eventually committed suicide out of madness, not only because there was a terrifying anti-magic power inside, but also because there were even more powerful guards inside. Why did you suddenly stop? There's still some distance to the door. The witch couldn't help but frown. She had walked this path before. At that time, she didn't think much of it, but she felt a little depressed because there were many knight statues on both sides of the path. You should step back a little. It's a little troublesome to go through here, Mordred suddenly said. Troublesome. The witch was stunned. He said casually, These statues contain the heroic souls of the knights who sacrificed themselves in the past. They are at least at the level of a Grand Knight, and there are even 12 Grand Knights. Of course, if they are just heroic souls, they can't be compared to when they were alive. These? The witch frowned. They are just ordinary statues. For you, Mordred said indifferently. He then took a step forward. They will only wake up when I try to walk through here. As if to prove what he said, the moment he took another step forward, the statues on both sides of the path suddenly opened their eyes. A strong, murderous aura was emitted from their bodies and then gathered into a terrifying killing intent. In just a moment, the witch's face turned pale, as if her soul was pierced by countless sharp swords. This is just the leakage of the aura. Ji Lien looked at the statues in horror as they came to life. They walked down from the pedestals and pulled out their weapons at the same time. Impossible to get out. Impossible to get out. Ji Lien screamed in her heart. Mordred continued to walk forward. Although I don't know what method you used to get them to let you in and give you this opportunity to visit, but don't think that they are willing to give you a chance because you are smart. It's just because they have absolute confidence. Even if you come in, you can't do anything. She could only smile bitterly. These were the famous Grand Knights and the 12 Round Table. Suddenly, a statue of a knight holding a golden sword slowly walked in front of Mordred. It was at least 2 heads taller than Mordred. Mordred looked up. Kajin, do you want me to kill you again? Kajin? Ji Lien was very familiar with the history of the Grand Knights. She looked at the golden sword in the knight's hand and couldn't help but exclaim, Kajin! Could he be the Golden Sky Knight who inherited the name of Gawain 100 years ago, Kajin Alexander? Mordred looked back at Ji Lien. But at this moment, the knight statue in front of him slowly raised the golden sword in its hand and slashed down without any hesitation. Watch out! Looking at this scene, she couldn't help but cry out in fear. But at the same time, when the golden sword slashed down, her eyes widened. That golden sword was extremely sharp, and with a portion of the power of a celestial gold knight, it could even easily cut through a steel plate. However, such a sharp golden sword was unable to cut through Mordred's shoulder at this moment. But the enormous force of the sword still caused Mordred's legs to sink into the ground. Could it be that his body was harder than steel? The witch opened her mouth slightly. Since you are already dead, it is better for you to rest in peace. Mordred said indifferently, Why should I stay in this world that is already doomed? The statue suddenly opened its mouth and let out a roar. It raised the sword again and slashed down. But this time Mordred raised his hands, and the shackles on his hands were directly cut off. Mordred's figure instantly disappeared. At least, the witch couldn't see his movements. In the blink of an eye, when she saw Mordred again, he was holding the golden sword in his right hand, and the arm of the Golden Sky Knight statue had disappeared. Rest in peace. It is useless to guard me. As he said that, Mordred squatted down and placed the golden sword behind his back. He suddenly twisted his body, and the golden sword slashed out from behind him. The anti-magic power in the castle seemed to have ignored this man. On the golden sword, a bright light was emitted. Then the blade of the half-moon surged and swept across. One by one, the statues were sliced apart by the crescent-shaped sword light. The desolate killing intent that made Ji Lien tremble in fear instantly dissipated. In just a few short seconds, the corridor was left with countless pieces of rubble. Streaks of light slowly rose from the shattered statues, then converged, spiraled, and turned into a spiral of light, directly colliding with Mordred. He put down the golden sword in his hand and stretched out his left hand to block the spiral of light. The wind was like a hurricane. The anti-magic power in the castle was still in effect. The witch had no choice but to lean forward, but her body was still blown away by the strong wind. Finally, the strong wind slowly dissipated. When everything calmed down, The witch saw Mordred standing in the middle of countless broken bodies. For a moment, she thought she saw him standing in the middle of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Mordred lowered his head and gently lifted his left hand. In the center of his palm, there was a little light that looked like fireflies circling around. He slowly let out a breath and picked up a bottle from the ground. This bottle seemed to be the weapon of some knight statue. Mordred put the little light into the bottle and slowly walked in front of Julian. "Before we leave, help me keep this for me." Her mind was blank. She instinctively took the bottle. This guy, did he really only get rid of 15% of the poison in his body? In front of the gate of the castle, the subordinates who had been waiting for a long time were all frowning. "It's here," Head Knight Lino suddenly said. At the same time, he slowly raised his hands. As he raised his hands, some light began to flash on his hands. It turned out that he was not just holding a sword. Instead, he was really holding a transparent sword. Only when this sword moved and refracted light could they see it. "It's here. What's here?" Everyone was stunned. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise. At this moment, the gate of the castle was directly broken by something. It split into two neat pieces and then directly shot out. Everyone was shocked and almost panicked when they saw this huge and thick gate coming at them. Lino was the only one who didn't retreat at this moment. Instead, he stepped forward and waved the almost transparent sword in his hand. In an instant, he directly cut the two thick pieces of the gate into dozens of small pieces. In the dust, two figures slowly walked out from the shadow of the gate. There was also the sound of the shackles on their feet clanking as they walked. She came out. Spirit Witch. "Who is that next to her?" Everyone was shocked. The clothes he wore were thin, and many parts of his clothes were worn out due to the passage of time. The man was carrying a big golden sword on his shoulder. Lino took a deep breath and slowly straightened his body. His voice was heavy as he said, "Hundreds of heroic spirits of our ancestors and 100 gold-ranked magicians of the Magician Association worked together to set up the anti-magic force field. Is it still unable to stop you, legendary knight Mordred? It seems that letting this spirit witch visit the prison was a mistake from the beginning." Mordred tilted his head and looked at Lino. He casually said, "Don't think that this anti-magic force field is useless. After all, it is the product of hundreds of gold-ranked magicians working together. But everything has a time limit, so naturally there will be a time when it will weaken. In about 30 years, if it is not replenished, this force field will actually disappear by itself." Lino took a deep breath. At this moment, he gave an order that shocked all of his subordinates. He ordered everyone to flee immediately and report the information they had received. "Mr. Lino, this is an order. Leave immediately. You must inform the Knight organization. If anyone doesn't leave, I will immediately strip him of his status as a knight." Everyone gritted their teeth and finally chose to obey this order. However, from the beginning to the end, Mordred did not have any intention of stopping them. Mr. Lino stood in front of Mordred and the spirit witch alone. That almost transparent sword was now flowing with green light. It was no longer invisible. "Wind King, this is an imitation, right?" Mordred looked at it curiously. "You are this generation's prison guard? You can leave. All these years, you have worked hard guarding this prison for me." Great Knight Lino took a deep breath and said seriously, "To be able to battle with a hero from 100 years ago, I don't want to give up this opportunity." "Hero?" Mordred laughed. "It has been a long time since someone called me that." Lino said, "No matter how many sins you have committed in the past, but 100 years ago, you were indeed a hero who participated in that great war. The number of evil souls that died in your hands was uncountable. Although I was not born when that great war happened, I believe that without you, it would have been impossible to win that war. So, at the very least, you are a hero who once saved the world." "Is that so?" Mordred suddenly lowered his head. His voice was so low that only he could hear it. After so many years, do you still think that you have one? You really are hopelessly stupid. He suddenly waved the golden sword in his hand. The light of the half-moon sword surged out. Its speed was so fast that Great Knight Lino could only block it. He could not even dodge it. The blade that was flowing with green light was instantly shattered. The half-moon sword slashed his body and blasted him dozens of meters away. Just one hit! Great Knight Lino spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted.